I'm on mute. What's up, buddy? How are
Hey,
you?
Chris, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I tried to follow those instructions to make my mic sound better. Let's see if it works.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Apparently, Josh D has been watching paint dry since Tuesday. It's cool.
Thanks so much, Josh. Well, we were busy. I mean, we couldn't live stream on Tuesday, so we recorded a new episode.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, so we kept busy. We kept busy, okay? All right.
It is Friday night.
That's it, MD. Hey, thank you guys so much for joining.
It's Rob's birthday, but he can't be here tonight. And the dog's
Yeah.
What's up, dog? Yeah, so it's Rob's birthday, but I think he's with family. Oh, there he is. Wow, I lied.
Oh, yeah?
I can come in for a little bit.
The rumors
Hey,
of his
Rob,
death are
happy birthday.
happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you.
What have you been doing? Back
Cheers.
east?
I've been watching I drove to back from my visiting my mom and buying records, and then I've been watching Moneyball. But I might have some food a little bit. We're gonna celebrate tomorrow. We're going to a baseball game. So
That's cool. Nationals?
Nationals. It's Star Wars
Hey, Brandon.
game. So they're giving out Hawaiian Star Wars shirts.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously?
Yeah, man. I can't wait. There's 2 different versions.
I'd like to see them.
Yeah,
Can I show some records I picked up?
of course.
I picked up a shitload of records.
A shitload of records. Good.
I went into a religious thrift store and they had mostly religious albums, but they had this one.
Oh, that's a really good. That's a bargain.
What is that?
It's Herbie Mann, Windows Open. But the thing about Herbie Mann that people sleep on is who he played with. On
Yeah,
this
that's right.
album- Yeah.
Sonny Sherrick's on that one.
Sonny Sherrick, Roy Ayers, and Meyerlov Vistas.
Well, what people sleep on with Herbie Mann is he's fantastic. That's what they sleep on.
Well,
Some people don't like the flute.
No, because he was really popular and sold a lot of albums, you know?
Yeah, well, that's why they're so cheap.
Yeah.
Well, this was $1, and it's still in the shrink, and it looks like no religious person ever will listen to it.
He does have, I will say, he does have about 4 or 5 from that era in the Atlantics that are just really good and are usually about $5, and that's one of them. Open Windows is definitely like you should have that one.
Yeah.
And you should splurge and pay the $5.
Or pay the $1.
Oh.
All right. This.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, but I got the added bonus of the notes from the previous owner.
Does that also have the everyone sort of likes Hampton Hawes tracks?
Well, you like the guy who owned this. I love this guy criticized the liner notes, dude. Look what he wrote.
Oh, that's pretty passive aggressive to not just say like what your favorite tracks are, but to actually critique.
I like this one here. The guy, he goes, boring. This song's boring. I'm looking forward to reading the abridged or the changed liner notes, edited. This was the pickup of the day.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
So
Was it a couple dollars?
This was 18, but this is a record store that is stocked really well, but they kind of overcharge for what they sell. I think they undercharge because it's a seam split, but this record is mint. It's crazy mint.
Yeah, that's definitely an undercharge.
Yeah. I got this OJC.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
On debut.
Does anybody hear an echo?
Me?
I hear an echo.
Yeah, let me mute myself.
Am I echoing?
Hold on.
Hello?
Yeah, because you have vaulted sailings.
Yeah, you're echoing, Felipe.
All right, I think Chris is going to ask me to put this record in his pile.
Okay, that's good.
Echo this gain. Drop the gain to a minimum.
I have it already.
You did the super disc?
I don't have the super disc. No.
So Rob, question. I saw some super discs, not jazz, in my store, local store this week. Perfect condition. I never listened to a Nautilus disc.
I think Patrick doesn't like them.
They're
No?
the French MoFis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're disc. I listened to a Police one and I couldn't tell any difference.
So that's the thing. Yeah, they had 2 Police records in my local store. I didn't grab because I wasn't quite sure.
I listened to like Ghost in the Machine and
Yeah.
compared it to mine, and it sounded exactly the same to me. So, but I don't know but it sounded good. But
Yeah,
I
I wouldn't pay extra for them, but I mean, you know, they're good.
Yeah, I don't think you have to pay extra for them.
I mean, this is like $10 cheaper than it goes for that I paid for.
So yeah, good deal.
It's like $1 record for the regular version,
I
probably.
got some more Sonny Stitt Musette record, and then Ricky Ford plays on this one with him. These are the steal. If you can't get these for under $10,
Yeah, there's a place that I picked up all my Muse Stits for like $8.
I already picked up like a sealed copy of this, like with the original cover. But
did he burn off the side of his head on that one, like Lee Morgan? What's going on there? Oh, it's
price
price
tag.
sticker, okay.
But this is a really clean. It's when Chess was reissuing in the 80s, 84. But they're really good.
I took a nap on a fucking radiator.
I picked up a cleaner copy than the one I have, so I'm just going to get rid of this one. This is a CTI. There were like 2 CTI or kind of 3 Baker CTI records, right?
Yeah, I love the later Bakers. I love them.
Yeah.
I might take that if it's in decent shape.
Yeah, the other one is in decent shape. This is like unplayed. I showed this on Rachel, so I got this is an OG Flying Dutchman.
Nice. I got that recent reissue of his Pieces of a Man or whatever, the 45 version.
Yeah,
it's kind of neat.
I saw a Gil Scott Heron at my local store also this week. I didn't pick it up. It's like a full green cover. Have you guys seen this one? Gil Scott Heron?
No, but a lot of his later stuff is cheap. You can get that for cheap.
It's the Pieces of the Man and the one right after that are really cheap.
I think that this Free Will this came out in 72.
Good year.
This is an Artist House. James Blood. This is an Ornette Coleman produced, and then lineup is Ornette Coleman and his son. So I guess the son is probably like 20. Was it 78? Right? 22?
Yeah. Because it's 12 on the Fox. The one on.
This is the one Mike wants.
That looks. I've seen that. How is it?
I mean, I'm traveling, so I don't have a turntable to listen to.
You don't take your portable turntable with you?
No. This is probably the pickup of the whole trip.
Oh yeah, I love the record.
Yeah, this is a stereo version.
Blue Trident.
No, this is an OG.
Silver.
Not silver because it's stereo.
Oh, that's a mono.
That's a mono.
Yeah, well, this says.
It probably just didn't wrap. Yeah, it wrapped around.
Oh no, yeah. If they wrap around, it's mono.
You know what then?
It's a mono.
Okay,
that's a mono.
That's OG mono.
This is a $250 record.
Probably. If it's really clean.
This is VG plus plus.
Yeah, it might be I don't know if they did. That might be the first pressing. I can't remember if they did it.
What year should be that? New York or New Jersey?
Wait. Okay. Van Gelder.
I think the original is a New Jersey, but I'm not positive.
It is. I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Bergenfield.
So yeah, it's probably a couple $100.
Well, you're holding it upside down.
And do you dig it?
Dude, that's fucking awesome. That's an OG.
Oh, of course. Oh, yeah.
Can you dig it, man?
All right, I'm stupid. Sorry.
Why are you stupid?
Because I looked up and I looked up the mono, and the mono goes for.
Are you one of those people that when it says you read the push backwards on the door and push it when it's backwards?
It's my birthday. Excuse my stupidity. Okay.
Oh, so the stereo's on the back, though. If you look at that,
look, Brendan followed me on on Instagram, and then I said, "Hey, I followed you back," and he goes, "This meme, you'll sell me the."
No, you said I accept.
I
And I was
I
like,
accepted your.
and I was like, what? I didn't know you. I didn't know you.
When you message someone and you're not following each other, you have to accept their thing.
Ah,
Yeah, well, I didn't know you were so, exclusive. I didn't realize you were so exclusive.
Hey,
When you
listen,
said I accept,
I have
I
a
was like,
sealed
accept
Scorpio.
what? Accept by trade?
The hell's that?
Okay. Here's another stupid one. The guy writes on here, British, and it's not the British one. It's the Dutch pressing. It's still very sought after.
What is it? It just says oldies on it.
Beatles oldies.
Oh,
It's like a comp they put out.
not the fucking.
All right,
80s,
I streamed this. This album is awesome. I can't wait. And this is a direct to disc. Does anyone have Hannibal Peterson stuff?
no.
Not as a leader, no.
I suggest you stream this, and then you'll go get this record because it probably sounds 10 times better. It's direct to disc.
What's
So
the
on
label
here,
now?
it's Kenny Barron, Cecil McBee, and Billy Hart with
Oh, I'm down with that.
Yeah.
And
What
the
year?
guy
Was it early 80s?
This is 1979, I think.
Cool. What was it on? What's the label?
East World.
Nice.
I highly suggest you stream
Do
this.
you like the way it sounded? Or you haven't heard it?
I was driving back 2 hours today.
So you streamed it.
The stream sounded. I was streaming it from YouTube because it's not available.
You get a little turntable in your car. For all your
It's a
travel.
rental car. I've been picking up all this
Yeah.
group for cheap.
Wait,
All these records are cheap, but they're on ECM. This one's on
That's Atlantic.
Yeah.
He's got one on Vortex with the same group that's really good. Last
nice.
East Exit. What is it? But it's Paul Motion and Charlie Hayden.
All right. Does anyone have this one because it was only issued as part of this reissue series?
Which one is this one? What's the title of?
Landslide.
Yeah, I think I have.
No, I
And I
don't.
have the Japanese, and I saw one the other day for like $15 that was mint, but
This is mint too, but it goes for more than 15.
it goes for like 65. I was gonna see if anybody on here wanted it. I'll go pick it up.
Jose already's trying to weasel me out of this. This is a MoFi. Katie lied. This was like I walked into this place, and the guy was selling this for $7. This has the shrink on it. It's mint. This goes for way more than $7. This is great for
Can you still sell those at shows?
Yeah, probably. How about this one? Does anyone know this record? Free Blown Jazz. Tony Scott. So the one big Tony Scott record's a live record with Bill Evans. The recording sounds like shit, but it's a popular record. This was $3. The guy, and it's a store where they sell they have tons of MoFi and all the audiophile shit, way overpriced. The guy doesn't act like it's back in stock and changes his price. This was $3. This record goes for 30 up.
Nice.
Look at the lineup on this.
Oh wow.
No,
Which
but-
Bill Evans is it?
It's dude. This is from the '60s. It's not the Bill J. Evans guy, saxophonist.
Very nice.
Another Sonny that I'm used.
Yeah, there's
Felipe, do you have like AirPods or something?
No,
Okay. It's like super echoey.
Does anyone know this one?
that's weird.
No,
not
it's
that.
because your room's super
I've seen
echoey.
that one. I have another
Yeah,
one.
I've seen the cover.
I have the Spaceballs one.
Yeah, there's one. My favorite one is I think it might be the same one where the description of the record in Discog, someone described it as like it makes you feel disgusting in a good way after you listen to it. I couldn't get out of my head. But this goes for some dough. And
Doesn't every record go for some dough?
it goes for some dough. Meaning
Everywhere. Yeah.
I have this already, but I picked it up to sell it because it's
Yeah,
a
that's good.
really good record.
Do you have that one, Felipe?
Is it a trio?
That Phineas Newborn on
That's a
Pablo.
drummer, Jimmy Smith. Does anyone know this record? Because I didn't know this record.
I've seen it. I don't know it though.
This
I
is
listened
sort
to
of
it.
this is his bomb record, I think.
Yeah.
Like,
I saw this record on my store. I think I took a picture. I showed to some people. They said, not
I
sure.
streamed it. It's not horrible, and some people like it, but it's sort of him trying to get into the. It came out in I don't know if it's like disco, but it's definitely more kind of
Yeah.
elevatory.
Yeah. And happy birthday, Jackie.
And then this
Oh,
one,
is it his birthday today?
17th, 2 days ago.
Oh, my mom's birthday.
so I picked up this Mint Soft Machine record, their third one. That's the move into kind of fusiony stuff. I streamed it today. It's really good.
I haven't heard of them.
Jose's been kind of saying it's one of his favorite bands. So it wasn't that much. Kind of cool. I suggest people listen to this one because they're proggy, but it's borders proggy fusion on this. Good. And then I got this one. I already have it.
I want it.
Huh?
I want that.
Okay, I'll put it in your pile.
Yes. It's a CTI I don't have, so I want it. Trying to get all of them.
All right, that was my haul so far this trip. Probably all I'll get.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you have to. I mean, you have to fly with all those back, or you're gonna ship them?
I have enough to fit in my bags, so
Yeah.
I'm not gonna ship.
Where are
them.
you at, Rob?
I'm in DC, so I travel. My mom lives in Pennsylvania, so there's some stores I go to, and do really well at. So, and I did well this trip, I think.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I got some stuff. Not much.
I want new records. Damn it.
Because I'm broke.
Me too.
I got another Schnitter.
The Schnitter.
Yeah, this is Schnitter number 2. And it's better than the last one. It was I think it was might have been under $5 and the shipping was more. But it's Schnitter on sax, Kenny Barron, Cecil McBee, Billy Hart, and Ted Dunbar on guitar.
Ted Bundy on guitar. What the fuck? I didn't know you did that. I thought you were going to say Ted Bundy on guitar for a second there. Huh.
Yes.
Watch out, ladies.
Another cheapie, Herbie Mann and Joao Gilberto. Good. It's live.
Police coming to get robbed.
Listen, man. I heard you could take things for free from the stores on your birthday.
Yeah, shit.
This is pretty nice.
Ooh, that is cool.
So Dollar Brand with I don't know everybody. Charles Davis on baritone, Cecil McBee on bass, Ben Riley on drums. He's got Dick Griffin on trombone, who I don't know, and Ricky Ford on tenor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ricky Ford. Dick Griffin's really good. He's actually a really good arranger also.
I don't really know him, but this is early 80s on Canadian. I think it's Enja. No, Akapa. Akaya label. Not Enja. Canadian Akaya label. It's weird.
Brandon, do you have the Max Roach and Dollar Brand, the Streams of Consciousness?
No, I don't. I'm kind of just getting into Dollar Brand this year. I just started. I found him through Cecil McBee.
Okay.
So I just found I was kind of going down the Cecil McBee rabbit hole, and just all of a sudden I found like $3 brands where he was playing, and I was just like, oh, I got to check this out. And he's kind of my new favorite.
Yeah, you should check that one out. It's pretty good.
And from everything from the trio stuff to the large groups, like I just got that. I just got one that's a trio record, just him and bass and drums, and I think on one track he might play saxophone, but mostly he just plays piano.
Okay.
And it's it's great. It's just, it has that same kind of, it's kind of odd for me because most of the stuff I like, especially trio stuff, is kind of real dark and brooding and not happy at all.
Yeah.
It's like I like Mel Waldron and Bill Evans and Don Friedman, and I like the stuff that's pretty sad. And he's pretty happy. So
Yeah,
it's kind of new phase for me. This is that Richard Davis. The original is the Cobblestone Philosophy of the Spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little bit cheaper, and I was able to get the cover's a little jacked, but I was able to get a VG Plus super clean for $10. So that was kind of nice. This one's interesting. This is a mid 80s ECM Lester Bowie. So it's very different. I don't know how I feel about it. It's got some majorly compressed drums. It's got some different. It's not really what you'd expect. It's not free at all, really. It's kind of the first song is "I Only Have Eyes for You," the Flamingos song, the old doo-wop song, and it's I still haven't figured out how I feel about it, but it's kind of cool. And then the one I didn't get. This is not a jazz, but this is pretty cool. Wendy Carlos. They did Switched on Bach and the Clockwork Orange. Yeah. This is the Brandenburg concertos with Moogs and harps, and it's pretty cool.
It is neat.
Nice.
Huh? That is neat.
It is pretty fun. I listened to it a few times, and it's quite enjoyable.
I like the Clockwork Orange soundtrack. It's
yeah. So if you like classical music done with old analog mono synths, then you like this.
For real.
All right. I have a couple things to start with. So for now, I'm going to show first. This one came in the mail on this week. The Sound I Saw. It's an amazing book. Thank you, Mike.
No problem.
I think you guys can tell I kind of dig books, photography. This is a beautiful, beautiful book. I'm enjoying it more every time I go.
What is it?
It's a photography book by Roy DeCrava, right?
Yeah,
Mike?
that's.
Mm-hmm. It's a beautiful one. It's it shows about music, what goes around it, the joints, the surroundings, the buildings.
Oh wow, nice.
It's great. I mean,
I had lunch with him.
Yeah, it's
97.
Yeah, it's super nice. Like I don't know.
Yeah, that is nice.
Yeah.
So he took all the photographs in that book, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, there's text, of course, but it's mostly focused on the photo work. And
one of his most famous photographs is the Kenny Drew Trio record on Riverside.
Yeah,
with the two kids out.
Man, that record is still on my wish list. I couldn't get one. And there's one more book here I'd like to show. Let me see if I find the matching record. Oh yeah, I think I showed last week, right? The Henry Treadgill.
I don't remember.
This should be sold out on Discogs tonight because this is amazing. This is really good. It was Mike's Notes and Tones recommendation. This breaks everything. It's just amazing. So this week it was released his a biography of him.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Easily Slip into Another World: A Life in Music, Henry Treadgill. This is phenomenal. Really, really good. The book just arrived yesterday, but their record, any of his record, his work is just phenomenal.
He's on that other album I just showed.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I really love that album. It's Joe Hara's recommendation, actually. So if it's not sold out yet, it should. I have a bunch of things to show today, but just to start with, so I can get some hate now. Thank you, Chris.
Oh yeah, awesome.
Mhm.
Uh,
Have you listened to that yet?
yes, I listened to the record one, no record two yet.
Cool.
And one thing I got is actually a magazine that came with a 7-inch for you collectors, whoever likes it. You can still. I bought this for less than $10, shipped directly from Germany. The 20 years of Seven Nation Army. It comes with a 7-inch. Seven Nation Army, but on the B side is Little Cream Soda, which would be only released in 2007. So it's the first recording of the song, only on this 7-inch here. And just one more record for now. Since Lester Bowie was mentioned, I just got this today, is a Muse. Also, Mike Notes and Tone's recommendation from last week, and the drums here are amazing, amazing. Charles Bobo Shaw and Lester Bowie. It's a Muse. Mike showed this record last week. I actually opened the shrink. The record is in shrink. It was sealed.
Nice.
I cracked it open first time, and it's really, really good. It surprised me. I didn't know anything from him. And Lester Bowie, Rob just mentioned him. I think it was really big coincidence, and I truly, truly love this record. It's free. It's a little, but there's a lot of space. It's not like crazy, super, you know. It's really pleasant music, really well played, and there's this combination drums and trumpets. It really worked. It really worked. I like this record quite a lot.
Loki is
Recommendation, Mike. One more.
Loki is asking you to describe the Threadgill record. What kind of jazz is it, Felipe?
The Treadgill. There's a lot of funk, soul, R&B. It's very mixed. There's vocals. It's a very it has that 70s sound. Very, very funky soul, R&B, but really, really good horn playing as well. As
There's
in traditional jazz.
There's vocals on it.
Sorry?
Is there vocals on it?
Yeah, on side B is mostly vocals.
You just killed it for Rob.
It's
Listen,
really well done.
don't come in here with that vocal bullshit, Felipe.
Okay, it's your birthday. I won't respond to that today. No, but that record is pretty good. Highly recommend it.
Here's Brandon had mentioned Dick Griffin, and here's a Dick Griffin.
Oh, wait a minute! I have a Dick Griffin too. I can't believe it. I recognize his face.
Yeah,
but not that one. It's not that one.
Yeah,
I have half of a Dick Griffin.
And then Felipe was talking about Henry Threadgill. This week he just published his autobiography. So picked that up. And then what else? I had already had this. We were talking about this last week, Brandon. This one.
Yeah, I want that ad.
So this came this week. This came a couple of days ago.
Oh, that's both of the records.
Oh, nice.
No, this is the same one as this, but it has three songs that weren't on the original.
Okay, got it. It's just got extra tracks. And
Yeah.
how does it sound? Because you weren't sure.
No, the sound is fine. It's it's a sort of low recording. It's not very
original
dynamic.
They echo him because they dropped it on Apple Music. I've been streaming them. They're really good, but they do put a little echo on him.
Yeah, and but I mean, this is it, and it's good to hear him with Charlie Hayden because it's totally different from the Ron Carter performance with Al Foster. I really like
the Village Vanguard ones.
Yeah. So this came. So I had to order it from from Spain.
Jazz
I forgot,
Messengers.
was
Yeah.
that show in Italy?
Yeah.
Was that-
Yep. Yep. It was where I can't remember it doesn't say the yeah. I guess where it was at the Geneva Jazz Festival in '87.
Oh, cool.
And this label is based out of Milan. I know Roberto's in Italy, and he said he went to a number of stores in Milan, and they had no records from this label. And it's funny because they're doing a big reissue program. But I got a Paul Play solo also this week from this label. So, and some good Cedar Walton that's on there also.
Ooh.
Nice.
You got a bone to pick with Mazzy.
Oh, here, I just wanted to show.
That's the one, yeah.
This is one of my favorite photographs, and it's also one of my favorite trio records. But De Carava is also one of those. I mean, he's a great photographer. He passed away, I think, in 2010.
Yeah.
He did both jazz. He was in the fine arts world, and then he did commercial work for jazz labels.
Mm-hmm.
So he was a very interesting
guy.
I was really lucky to have lunch with him when he came to talk at my graduate school. So
yeah, one of my friend that's a photographer that took the photograph of Walter Davis Jr. De Carava taught at Hunter College here.
Yeah.
And my friend who's a photographer studied under someone else at Hunter, but they were good friends with Roy De Carava, and so he talked to him a lot. And but he also did, Porgy and Bess. That's it. That's Roy De Carava's photograph.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah. Just of her leg, that's him. And he did a number of them. And
he did a lot of jazz records.
Yeah.
Not as many as Lee Friedlander, but he did.
Yeah. But yeah.
Friedlander's another one of those guys that did fine art, and he did a bunch of jazz and soul.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. So Mazzy said that you're talking about Dollar Brand, and he says he loves his very commercial Cape Town Fringe record. I love that record too, but I don't think it's commercial. And the reason for that is it was actually called Manenberg is where it's happening. That was the original title for that record. It's the style is called Cape Jazz from Cape Town, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that song became like, not a theme song, but like a rallying cry for the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa. This is a really important record. It's not commercial, man. He used to actually like sneak back into the country to record and then get the hell out of Dodge because he was, going to be imprisoned if he got caught.
Oh, that's cool.
He was a dissident,
So speaking of Porgy and Bess, I pulled this record. I was listening to it, and Mike probably already knows, and many of you know. I didn't know. This was his first record on Columbia, right?
Which one? Oh,
yeah. That's not the first ever, but
so I did not know that it was one of the first 33s recorded in jazz, and one of the first to be recorded on a 2-track. And this record had one of the first, I think, if not the first, to have a lot of overdubs and splicing. I didn't know that. Miles overdubbed a lot of the horns in this record, and I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. That's in that So What book, Mike.
Oh, interesting.
And he did a lot of that in Porgy and Bess, even more. A lot of overdub.
So is the Gil Evans stuff, because Gil Evans, was that a Gil Evans record too? Yeah.
Both, yeah.
I like that. I would like to have a copy of that.
It'd be quite interesting. And the record label's like, no, let's not splice the tapes, not cut the tapes, because it might cause trouble. They did it on a few parts, it worked, but the overdubbing worked at least in like 2 or 3 tracks, if I'm not mistaken. And I was surprised. I never thought it would do overdubbed in the 50s, especially in the very first recordings.
Maybe it sounded like shit, so they had to.
Yeah.
Hey, has
You know?
anyone hearing these rumors that the Grant Green Nigeria has been repressed and leaking out?
It's kind of boiling. I think that there was someone on Amazon sent me a screenshot of an Amazon posting today. It's going to ship around mid-June.
Yeah, and Bill,
High quality one? Is it, you mean the Music Matters one?
No, the Tone Poet.
The Tone Poet.
Oh, it's Tone Poet. Okay.
Yeah, it's like $100 record right now.
I don't know. I showed some on
What?
Rachel's stream, but I hit like 20 Music Matter 45 copies at like a really good price. Felipe took a bunch of them. So.
It's a $500 record.
Oh, $100 record probably.
The Green Nigeria,
With a 500, anybody can buy mine.
No shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the cheapest one's $119 right now, so they better sell that quick.
Yeah.
I mean, it had a small batch of it that popped up. Was it that one or was it a different one, Rob, that popped up about a month ago on Plaid Room?
Wasn't it a Plaid Room, right? Yeah.
No, was what Nigeria?
Or Nigeria or one of the Bobby Hutchersons? I can't remember.
Oh, Kicker.
I don't know.
Bleak.
You know how I know, but I'm not in LA. When Amoeba somehow gets them a little earlier, and then they're on the shelf. I saw that when they repressed Born to Be Blue.
Mm-hmm.
They got them like a month before it started trickling out to other people.
That's still available, right? Born to Be Blue?
Oh, no, yeah. It's easy to get now.
Yeah.
But Bill, what's his last name on the Blue Note Facebook group?
Bill Baya? Yeah.
Yeah. He posted today that one's coming, and that, I mean, he alluded to Chet Baker, in my opinion. He didn't say that, but he said, stay tuned. There's other stuff, represses coming soon. So hopefully, I just assume that's what it is when anybody talks about a Tone Poet repress.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing what they repress Raja and Witches.
Yeah,
Witch
but
Doctor.
it seems like Raja has been repressed like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
It's not so hard to get, right?
I don't know the logic of how they repress them.
Yeah. I tagged Joe Harley on Instagram when they did the post, and I said, tell them Chet Baker and Money Jungle.
Yeah. I need a copy of Money Jungle. I've got one
Ones that everyone wants.
Pretty much. I mean, there's like 5 or 6 of them that are, I mean, actually, it's probably more than that, because a lot of them are out of stock. You know.
Yeah, I think they're just building up because the demand is going to be so high. They got otherwise it's going to be an embarrassment. So
well, can you give an example of the last one that's been repressed and it's still sticking around and easy to get?
The Kenny Burrell.
Well, actually, I think I know the Andrew Hills. Like they repressed a couple Andrew Hills, and you could still get those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're doing pretty big runs if they're that popular. Maybe that's why it's taken so long for Chet Baker to happen.
Does anyone know what a typical run is?
No.
No, but it seems like seems like they press a lot more than they did at the beginning.
Oh, for sure.
Like,
yeah,
Joe they'd sell out at the beginning, and now I see stuff for the last year and a half.
Oh, okay, so let's try a test because I didn't check this. Let's go to the Discogs listing for Nigeria and see if
$119. I just said what it was.
How much is it?
119 is cheapest one.
Oh, it's cheaper, yeah.
How many are for sale right now?
I don't know. I already closed it.
Because it's like that episode of The Simpsons where Ralph's heart breaks when they drop the Nigeria and all the flippers.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. I mean, there's the cheapest one's 119.
How many are for sale?
That's a new seller, so I probably would not buy that one.
Yeah.
There's 12 for sale. The most expensive is $500. It's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. The second cheapest is 134. So it's expensive, but
I wonder if they're going to do a like an anniversary Chet Baker sings, since the first songs were recorded, I think, in 54. So I wonder if 2024.
Why would you say that? That's like cursing.
Because Joe's on record is saying it's going to be available sometime this year.
Yeah. Also, if he's not a Blue Note artist, I don't think it makes much sense. Although it is kind of a landmark. Also, which one did he tease earlier this year, Rob?
What do you mean?
Like special edition?
He's teased like for, you mean a repress or the ones that he's
No,
doing?
like a special thing.
Oh no, it's the which I made a big deal about. It's the Thad Jones.
Thad Jones,
right.
Yeah.
Which Thad Jones?
It's like a live record in Detroit now, or
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think he posted two or three of them. And Music Matters just did one. Another interesting titles would be the Benny Greens, because they're hard to find and haven't been an issue. And of course, we always talk about the Sonny Rollins. I mean, at some point, you're going to have to do the Sonny Rollins.
Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you right now. When I picked up that Andrew Hill, the OG, that is one of the best sounding Blue Notes I have, just in general, even compared to the Tone Poets.
Which one? Which
Andrew Hill, Andrew.
Yeah.
Oh, Andrew.
I am mystified, and I posted it and Joe liked it, but I am mystified why that has not been a Tone Poet, because that is just one of the best. It's so well recorded, first of all, and it's just it's my favorite Andrew Hill record out of all of them.
I have it. Is that two different sessions though that they put together? Is that what it was?
No, I think it's one session.
Shoji's right. Roundabout Midnight was the first one. The Miles had it second. So here's a bunch of people have been talking in the chat about this. What do you guys think about the new Rhino AAA series?
Well, so the Coltrane, I have the Bernie Grumman from 2010, tip-on jacket, beautiful. Even has the old label. I think the new one, it's a weird label. Am I wrong? Is it a new
I didn't pay attention.
It looks like the cars and the Coltrane have the same label from the picture.
Oh no!
So they're not. I heard it's a heavy jacket. So I think that's kind of odd.
Yeah, it is weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they'll be great. There's two things. Go ahead.
Rhino, out of all the companies that do this, Rhino to me is consistently does it the best.
They do pretty good,
yeah. And their records are cheap. They're not expensive.
This one's not cheap.
For this one. Yeah.
How much is this one?
$40.
40. Yeah.
Well, what the hell?
Yeah, no. Well, I have two bones to pick about it. First is they're pressed at optimal, which is fine because the classic series sound great. But you can get those for $25, right? So pressed at optimal. They have a tip-on jacket. Then they're $40. They cost more than a damn Tone Poet.
Do they make them with gold?
I don't know. I think they're too expensive. And they have stupid labels. It looks like.
Okay, because it's sort of they've been playing a little bit over the last 2 years because of that the John Coltrane, which was secretly done by Kevin Gray and which the mono, and then they did the Art Blakey Monk record, and then they did what were the other ones they did? They did the Mingus with Hampton Hawes.
Yeah.
Oh, the trio.
The trio.
Yeah.
Those there's the Ray Charles stuff they put out a few years ago too. Was actually Org did that. Never mind. Org did that.
No, they did.
Org,
so, as far as I know, when the Bernie Grumman from 2010 that series, I think it was 5 albums.
Okay.
It was Coltrane Blues. It was Coltrane, the same Coltrane that is being reissued now.
Coltrane Jazz.
Coltrane Jazz. It was Ray Charles, the instrumental one. You have that, Chris, I think. It was Ornette Coleman, the sound of, it's a stereo version.
Yeah.
The Shape of Jazz would come.
Okay, so all Atlantic releases.
It was all Atlantic. Yeah. They were tip-on jackets. The labels, it was like authentically recreated.
Very nice and cheap.
And I think at least 2 years ago, they were all on Chad's website for $16 a piece. That's when I bought all of them.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
And
the last one was Coleman Hawkins and Milt Jackson Beans Bag. That was the other one.
Yeah.
Stephen Gray added gatefold, new SAIB, and only sold direct. I don't know what Tell them as you're drunk.
IB.
Yeah.
Basically, this is Rhino basically creating their own, explicitly creating their own brand. Saying, we're going hard in the branding of our, the Atlantic titles.
Yeah, they're calling it the RJC.
They're calling it Rhino High Fidelity.
But I'm interested in it because those Coltrane recordings, originally that are done by Tom Dowd, they're not that great sounding. So even the ones that Bernie did, there's so much that he could do. So I'm interested in what Kevin Gray can do.
It's interesting, but like Joe Marino's got. I mean, do you have any of those 45 orgs that they did? I mean, that one's still available for 50 bucks.
I have them all. That's why I'm not going to the Rhinos.
Yeah, I have one. I have the Milt Jackson Coltrane one. That's the only 45 org. Yeah. It sounds great.
Yeah, they're good. Preston Palace.
Yeah, it's a 45. It's great. This Coltrane sound, the first title on Rhino, sounds great on org.
That's the only one I don't have. I'm just going to buy it. So I have all the rest of them. The only one that sucks is Olay because they split one of the songs in half.
I mean, here's the funny thing about the Cars record. The first one, I believe, is Robert Ludwig, the original, and it's easy to get in good condition.
And it's great, yes, yeah.
I'm more interested in seeing how that sounds to the original.
Yeah, that was the Morphi too, which is great. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, Mazzy says they should stick to the raw catalog. I would love for a bunch of Atlantic records to get reissued. I just don't.
Yeah, but there's
I'm going to pay $40 for them, and they're not.
But Mazzy, there's all the Mingus stuff. There's tons of good Atlantic jazz titles.
There is. Yeah, Mazzy's drunk. So I'm not paying attention.
They have the Atlantic. Maybe Kevin Gray is going to do the Zeppelin too.
The Rhino rep told John Bandy that we're in for some surprises. They're probably going to put out the freaking Ornette Coleman records again. Yeah. But hey, look, no one already has 5 copies of.
No.
Well, I mean,
out of all, now it's going to be $10.
If you stay out, what would be the biggest surprise if they reissued all the Led Zeppelins that way? That would be the biggest surprise to me.
That'd be fucking dope. I'd probably pay $40 for those. But I think that's what Chad's going to make us shit our diapers for.
Well, I mean, what about all the Black Sabbaths? Because I'm trying to get the Black Sabbaths now. So
would be cool. Yeah, some rock stuff would be cool.
Well, the OG's Black Sabbath, they sound amazing.
Yes, the definitive shape of jazz to come.
Let's reissue.
What are you cooking with? Magic mushrooms, Mazzy?
Oops. Rhino quietly did a AAA Soul Bros. Yes.
Oh,
that one is fucking dope. And it was I got it for like $17. It's crazy.
No, but they're two. Two came out at the same time. There's a Kevin Gray one and a Bernie one.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah. They came out literally at the same time. It was weird.
Yeah. Check this out. So, dog, get the. So I don't think this one's Rhino, but let me make stuff big.
What does the sticker say?
I'm trying
you look like Felipe.
I am. The sticker says mastered by Bernie, Preston Palace. This is org. This one's org.
Source from the tapes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is great. This was like, I don't know, $18 on Chad's site, like when it came out or something. I mean, it's got the tip-on jacket thing going. But the other one that Rhino did do, which was also really good, is this.
Yeah, that's the other one I'm talking about.
Yeah, and this one was cheap too. So I wish they would just make cheap records again. I mean,
although those are both pretty easy to find originals of for $20.
Not around here, man.
Well,
this one was cut by Doug Sachs.
Online.
Online, yeah, that's fair.
That is a great sounding record. That Doug.
Yeah, it really is. It's a good one. I like both of those a lot.
There's
a lot of good stuff in the 1200 series Atlantic catalog, man.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll do some modern jazz quartet. That's what they should reissue, because you can't get all those for $10.
Yeah, you can.
I know.
I mean, yeah.
They should do Roots, Blues and Roots, Mingus.
Oh, that's a good one.
That would be.
I picked up a mint, which is George Peros one for like $20.
Nice.
That's pretty cool. But I think Atlantic, especially the black labels, they deserve good reissues because that vinyl doesn't have a good quality. They're very noisy, at least the ones I have.
I got about 40 of them probably, and it's about 50-50. Some of them sound really good, and some of them look beautiful, and they're kind of noisy, yeah.
Yeah, the Jufrey stuff sounds good.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
The Jufrey ones.
Yeah. That's really true, actually.
Yeah.
But the last thing we all need is another damn jazz reissue series to spend money on. Jesus.
And the Lee Konitz hi-fi one sounds great too.
Oh yeah. Huh.
Wait, on Atlantic?
Yeah,
the one with Warren Marsh or a different one?
it's the one where he's peeking through the
Okay.
Altec. He's peeking through Rudy Van Gelder's thing, and it's a weird, like the photograph is like the like Rudy Van Gelder's Altec system, and then you can see Lee Konitz in the back. I'll find it.
Yeah, does anybody have the one that the Atlantic? Let me see what number it is. It's Lee Konitz with Warren Marsh.
I have that. Yeah, I have the OG.
Yeah.
So fucking good, man. It's such a
Yeah,
great
that
record.
was really good.
There's what
Just
about
want the
the
reissue of that one?
what about the Atlantic League Warren Marsh, where he basically plays with an incredible bunch of side guys? It's his face. He's very young. I have like a Scorpio, I think, reissue of it.
Haven't seen that one.
Yeah, here I'll find it.
I've got 3 or 4 records, maybe 2 or 3 records that Konitz and Marsh did together, and they're all great.
There it is. It's so that's if you see he's like
Okay.
there's like
Huh.
all the transistors and stuff, and there's Konitz in the back like peeking through. It's a weird photo.
It was a weird.
That's Rudy Van Gelder's Altec system.
Who was on that one with him? Or is it?
It is Billy Bauer guitar, Dick Scott drums, Sal Mosca on side 2 piano, Dick Scott on drums, Peter In bass. A bunch of West Coast guys.
Yeah, I guess so.
Rudy Van Gelder, lead Friedlander, did the weird photo. But this one's a green label actually.
That's cool. I've seen a couple of those.
Can I let me share screen real quick with this one?
It is Rob's birthday.
Oh, yeah. Happy
Everyone's
birthday,
up.
Rob.
Okay, here's the album I'm talking about. This he's here with Paul Chambers, Philly Joe Jones, Paul Motion. What the hell?
Can you zoom so we can see it?
You're so picky.
People are on their phones, man.
People watching this on their phones. Okay, so it's Paul Chambers, Philly Joe, Paul Motion, Supervised Wow by Lenny Tristito.
Huh.
Yeah.
This is a good album. This should be reissued.
It's lime green.
Yeah.
This cover, but it's easy to find.
Yeah, 58. Makes sense.
Yeah,
But
$50 though. Look at that. It's not that easy to find.
No, I mean the reissues are easy.
Oh, okay.
The Scorpio one.
Well, who wants that?
Yeah, I could think of about 10 Atlantics that are kind of pricey, and it'd be nice to have them reissued for sure.
Yeah. Maybe they'll slow roll it. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I wish they would reissue the Verve Lee Konitz Motion with Elvin Jones on drums. That's the one they should reissue. But
For sure. All right.
So is anybody going to buy that Coltrane then?
yeah, I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy it.
What is it? Is it Coltrane Jazz on Atlantic? Is that the one?
No,
No,
it's
it's Sounds of
Coltrane
Coltrane.
Sound.
Coltrane
What?
Sounds.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Coltrane Sounds. The one with the blur,
The cool art.
There have been 1,500 of them issued in the last 5 years.
It looks
Yeah.
like the same one as that Sonny Stitt plays.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
His bird.
Oh,
It's a good one.
the abstract painting.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Okay,
I
let me
would
see
hope
what
that they would
else.
do Coltrane Plays the Blues also, because
That's a good one.
the Rhino version just doesn't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if anything can be done with that record. It just doesn't.
Have you heard the Org 45 version?
No.
Oh, it's great,
I
man.
like it.
Yeah,
They're all good.
I mean, every version I've heard, CD, LP, it just doesn't sound good.
I'll have to
not
listen to it.
horrible. I mean, the music doesn't. The music is great, but I like that recording so much. I would love to have like a really great recording.
Yeah,
I have
45 is great,
my
Mike.
favorite things on org music. That sounds good too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I wish they'd have done Giant Steps first, just because I don't have a good copy of that. We got the last Rhino, and mine sounds like shit.
Yeah.
Which one did they?
The Giant Steps. I'm not saying that was a bad pressing. I just have a really noisy one.
No, I have that
the
40
60th
Bernie Grumman
anniversary
45.
Mm-hmm.
That Bernie Grumman mono 45 sounds amazing.
Oh no shit!
Mm-hmm.
You have a $500 record or whatever.
No, well, I'm paying for it, so don't worry about it.
Oh, Jonathan, he brought a good point. Freddie Herbert's Backlash on Atlantic.
Ooh,
Okay.
That's an amazing one. I think I got my copy from you, Brandon. Backlash.
Yeah.
It's not hard to find that one. Like there's the Speaker's Corner,
Yeah.
but there's here's one to not sleep on. You know all those 70s Atlantic reissues that have that generic kind of white cover?
Mm-hmm.
Those sound great, and those are cheap. I have like Bill Evans and Herbie Mann of that, and I
Nirvana.
have
Is it Nirvana the one? That
Nirvana. I have Backlash on that. They all sound great, and they're cheap.
Backlash is cool, man. I think it's like a bridge between CPI and
the other one's High Pressure, and this one's actually probably my favorite on the Atlantic.
Mm-hmm.
But all these are about $25 usually when you see them. But you don't see the Black Angel one that much.
No.
So maybe they should do this one.
That'd be cool.
Jim Spalding.
Is that funkier?
Huh?
Is that funkier?
A little bit, but I mean, it's listen to who's on it. I mean, it's not really the funk guys. It's got Kenny Barron, Reggie Workman, and Louis Hayes. Okay. And then it has Potato Valdez. So it's got a little Latin influence too.
Mm-hmm.
Old Tater Valdez.
Potato.
Potato.
You mashed and boiling, sticking in the stew.
Yes. Can you do that scene from Forrest Gump, please, Felipe?
Yeah, but instead of shrimp, just tell us the boys you can make potatoes.
Shrimps.
I like shrimps.
You know, Rob, my mom always told me.
Oh, that's cool. Wax for dinner. Does that mean you're gonna eat Rob? Is that what your name means?
Whoa.
Murder Rob, take his records and cook him in a stew. After the Jazz Bone stream when we talked about Jamal's disc, yeah. He bought the live album Outer Time Inner Space, and it's good.
That's cool.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to go back through that video and look at some of the ones that were interesting and get some. I'm sure most of them are cheap.
Oh yeah.
I
don't think so, Mazzy.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. Well, now today we know this Smith and never coming back again, right? So.
Yeah. What's the guy's name that passed away? I forgot his name. The bass player.
Andy Rourke.
Yeah. Andy Rourke. Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah, he passed away this morning or last night, I guess.
Yeah, and also Jim Brown.
Yeah, and Jim Brown passed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go watch 4 the hard way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The Smiths were never getting back together anyway, man.
They weren't.
I mean, like the Palestinian-Israeli conflict will get solved before Johnny Rotten and before he gets back together.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
They're not. I even saw Morrissey in Portland where Johnny Marr used to live, and it wasn't happening.
Man, I love his work in Modest Mouse. It's so good.
You know, did you ever get the 2 records he did with the Matt Johnson?
No. Those
Those
existed.
are great.
I bet.
I have actually.
Mind Bomb and I forget the one after Mind Bomb, but they're both great.
I got a really cool 7-inch a few years ago on Record Store Day. He put together a 7-inch with a bunch of Polaroids.
Who was it? Johnny Marr or who?
Yeah. His solo stuff is really good. It's
Yeah.
7-inch.
The Talking Heads album he did too is great.
Yeah.
The Naked.
Okay. So there's a record I want to show and talk about. I haven't played it yet, so I want to hear from Brandon and from you guys. But
Well, you haven't played it yet? What? Oh, I thought you meant the other one.
No. The other one is coming for later. It's coming later after the break. Do you guys know this one?
No.
Dreams.
You should add the caveat that it was a freebie.
Yeah.
With a.
It was a freebie with something that I'm going to show later today.
Well, tell us about this record you just showed us. What is it?
I haven't listened to it yet, so
I only listened to it a couple times. It was one of those records that, it was like $5, and I was just like, "This looks cool," so I checked it out. It kind of reminded me of Weather Report. It's kind of
nice.
It's kind of in that early fusion, but mellow fusion. It was pretty cool.
I love the cover. It looks like a Tintin book.
Yeah.
It's a knockoff of a surrealist painting.
Yeah.
It's like Magritte.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Be like Rene Magritte.
Yeah.
Yep.
This one I got on Mr. Bongo this week. It's a little jazzy funk. I showed to Chris. Not sure if anybody knows this one.
Have you listened to it yet?
Oh, it's badass, Chris.
Does it sound okay? Because I read that it sounded like shit.
It sounds good. I mean, it doesn't sound like Music Matters, but
sure.
Yeah, sounds like most of soul records from this period.
Right.
A little muffled, especially on the drums, not so bright and high, but the vocals are amazing. I think that's what matters here.
Well, what is it called? What's the title?
Let me pull up for you. Ellison and the South Funk Boulevard Band.
Yeah.
So I have one Mr. Bongo, and the jacket is actually like a ½ inch on each side bigger than everything else.
Really? I got that one too.
Huh?
I got that one too, Felipe. I just haven't opened it yet.
It's a Horace Tapscott.
Yeah.
And it's like extra big. So
I got one to show too. Oh, you got another one for Mr. Bongo?
Yeah. I have that one.
Yeah. I have quite a few, not the Horace Tapscott.
Did you get some more? I mean, did you buy anything else from Mr. Bongo besides that?
I got a Speed Vine. I think I posted. This is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Who is that?
Let me pronounce the name. I want to pronounce the name correctly. Let me pull it up, Chris. The whole thing is in Japanese. The whole thing.
Yeah.
I actually forgot his name. I'm gonna have to check. He has a bit of very, very nice. Everything is made in Japan.
Oh wow.
Very, very nice. Everything's good. I'm gonna pull all the titles for you guys, but there's more, and they're mostly available on Mr. Bongo website. He has vocals. It is really good. I'm gonna pull out the name for you guys. I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
My Japanese is not that good.
I got this though from Mr. Bongo too this week. So I've been talking every week about this other record, which I can't find. Shit, here it is. So I showed this record like a billion times and said everybody should buy it, right? This Akira Ishikawa record. Well, I got this one in from Mr. Bongo as well. It's called Uganda. It's like weird. It's like a box, which Mazzy would love this because it comes with a box and it's just a single record. But anyway, it's kind of like Afrobeat, jazz, funk, 70s.
This is super good, Chris.
Yeah, it's great. I really enjoy it. The pressing's like fair to middling. I mean, it sounds good. It's a little warpy, but so that one's really cool.
I have in mind replaced. It came very warped.
Yeah. It surprised me. I mean, It's not like they're pressing their shit at RTI or whatever, but the record's really cool. I mean, that an OG of that Uganda. Of course, all my RTIs are work too, so whatever.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
OG of that Uganda is like $2,500 or something stupid, right? Like they're issuing some neat stuff that you would just never have a chance to own otherwise, which is always cool. I wish more people would do those kind of titles instead of just like another Coltrane reissue.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yoshiko Sai.
I'm in.
Yoshiko Sai.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, this is good. They do great work there. The covers are good.
I want to get some more Euro Inagaki on Mr. Bongo. Really good jazz, like jazz 70s funk.
I'm telling that shit I was just showing the same thing, especially the first one. Dude. It's fucking great.
Oh, yeah.
It's really good. I need Mazzy to get a copy though because it's got that Japanese cover of Hey Jude in Japanese, so it's Beatles connected.
Hey Judo.
Yeah, exactly. You just ordered the Mr.
There are great songs in there. So there are some. There's a contemporary band that's having their record release. It came on CD only. There's a Japanese only version. I'm going to type here on the chat. You can buy this this one without thinking. The main player composer of the band is a guy that was playing for Milton Nascimento's tour. Now he was actually doing most of the playing. And this record from this band, Bala Desejo, called Sing, 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 is phenomenal. It's going to come out in June. Awesome. Highly recommended.
We'll check that out for sure.
Yeah. This guy can play anything. He plays trumpet, flute, plays a really good guitar, and he sings quite well. I mean, Milton Nascimento, he was like impaired, like 80 years old. He was doing everything. He was even singing more parts than Milton, actually, in the last tour. And his co-player in the band is Morelenbaum. Morelenbaum is one of the greatest arrangers, producers, classic musicians in Brazil. He recorded with Caetano, he recorded with Gal Costa, with Tom Jobim. He's still out there with Hiroshi Sakamoto, a pair of records called Brazil. Really, really good with Hiroshi Sakamoto. Some bossa Japanese records, really good. All right. Yeah. So Wax, Construção is a record that you kind of have to be into the language itself on the construction, because the way he puts the syllables on each word and the way he tells the story, everything mimics, and the rarest words in the alphabet there for us in terms of phonetics. So it's a really difficult song to be constructed. Actually, Construção. It's about 70s work, how a guy just kisses his wife in the morning, goes through the whole day, and he dies at the end of the song. And the way it's written is like beautifully, and it's a really, really interesting record to do. Well, one day we can talk more about it. I can pull some more information for you. It's a masterpiece in Brazilian music for sure.
I want to get some more just Brazilian stuff like that. Let me find it. Oh hell! What was the one that came out like last RSD, Felipe? Not the one we just had.
Oh, the Carnegie Hall one. I didn't have, my store didn't have this record. I'm waiting for the release now, official release.
No, it wasn't that one. It was the one from the previous RSD. It was like Nuevo.
Oh, it's like a collection.
I don't remember. Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
I think it's like a collection. Yeah.
Maybe so. Oh well.
Actually, like the ones that you were showing, Brandon, last stream.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah.
I looked those ones up. I forget what the name though.
Was it
you were showing some Brazilian stuff?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Caetano Veloso?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 3 of his. Hopefully I'll have 4 soon. when Felipe comes back.
He's been to a lot of phases. He's, one of the most he started pretty much like regional bossa kind of songs. So when the 70s turned, he had a chance to go to Europe and get some more electrical. He actually introduced electric instruments, music in Brazil. If you think about that period, 60s, most of Latin America was under a dictatorship sponsored by the U.S. So everything that was U.S., people were very against it. So when he introduced electric instruments mixed with local rhythms, people went ballistic. There was like movements. There was like street walks against electric instruments and music.
Wow. Seriously.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Everything, especially late 60s, early 70s, because we live such a very oppressive regime. People are just being killed just for going to sociology school, for example. They're disappearing. And unfortunately, all this Cold War kind of thing, Brazil, Argentina, and Chile, it was sponsored by the US. So everything that was remote to the US, most of the youth, the students, people are against it because it meant oppression, it meant killing, military. It was really crazy times. So when he came and introduced electric instruments, there was a big pushback against it. And then people, slowly go more into the ideas, because his idea was not to be electric like Bob Dylan was, but he was mixing it. So if you get Tropicalia, his masterpiece from '71, so Tropicalia it's a mix. There's so many people on the cover. It's like almost like a Sgt. Pepper's cover, but all those people participated in the record. They actually did something. So there's an influence from everything. So Tropicalia, to understand, and of course the Mutantes. The Mutantes. I mean, Rita Lee died last week, right? She was the main voice, the main composer behind the Mutantes. And I can say easily, you can ask any modern musician since like the 80s. In the US, in the UK, Australia, Japan, everybody's going to say, I would never do what I do if it wasn't for the Mutantes. So the first record by the Mutantes is like more important than the Velvet Underground in a sense of like shaping what rock was from the 70s.
Who's the guy? I know I have, I think, one or two of his records, and you said he kind of was like the David Bowie, and he got imprisoned and sort of lost his mind while he was in prison.
Oh, one of the guys in Mutantes. He was Arnaldo Batista, one of the brothers. There were two brothers, Sergio and Arnaldo. Okay. He tried to kill himself unsuccessfully a couple times. He was a nut job, absolutely. He was a brilliant musician, but he was a nut job. That's why they didn't last long, the Mutantes, because they just couldn't work together in a workable manner, in a sense. Yeah.
I found that record, Felipe. This one. I don't know how to pronounce it, obviously.
Acabou Chorar, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Novos Baianos, in a sense, like having electric regional rhythms. In a sense, they were like Sly and the Family Stone. They would live together in this community.
Yeah.
Kids, wives, everybody just running along. Yeah. That's how the record cover is. And it's a fundamental record too. I mean, if you put together like a list of like the 10, 15, 20 more important records, most important, this is going to be top 5.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Oh, yeah. Along with, what's it called? Oh, my gosh. Clube da Esquina. Clube da Esquina is a record by Milton Nascimento, and also like a big ensemble from 72. I know Geo, that goes for like about $2,000 easy.
I forgot this one has really cool vinyl too. This is
really
Mr. Bongo reissue. It's great.
Yeah, that's the label from those times. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. I like this record a lot.
Yeah. So this is a very important record musically, even if you don't get the lyrics, which are really cool to understand if you can. But the musicality, the mix of instruments, everything there, it's very, very changing. So Clube da Esquina is in the latest poll. They put together like 500 records. Clube da Esquina came to number 1. In sonority, in sound-wise, it's a little bit like the country folk rock, like a little bit like Crosby, Stills and Nash kind of sound. but the lyrics, the perspective, everything is very, very unique to those times. Yeah. And so X is just mentioning some important records. Tábua de Esmeralda by Jorge Ben, also.
Oh yeah.
And Jorge Ben, he reinvented a way of playing guitar. It's just, yeah.
That Arthur Veracai record is getting repressed again by somebody. I forgot who. It's going to be a clear version I saw.
Oh yeah, so I think Turntable Lab, right?
Yeah.
Turntable Lab, yeah.
I would like to see a review of that because the Mr. Bongo copy I have is pretty good, but
Yeah.
I think it could probably sound
I
better.
can get an OG, right? The thing about the Veracai, the funny thing is, on the same year, later in the year, they the same label released a record that wasn't expected to sell very well, but it kind of exploded because by a total coincidence, they put as a theme song, the biggest like TV show.
Oh wow!
On the biggest channel, and they end up there by mistake because the guys that picked the song, they were totally drunk, and that's a true story.
Wow.
So they put the song there, and overnight they were selling like hundreds of thousands. So because it was the same label, they shredded and the covers, and they recycled most of the Veracai records to press those records from Secos e Molhados, which actually is a very important record as well. So that's why the Veracais are so rare, because they pretty much were destroyed by the label before they even hit the stores.
That's a good question, John. How many master tapes exist for these groups? Who knows?
I don't know, John. Probably a couple. People that ran the labels there, they usually had the training and they came from abroad. So they were really good at what they were doing, because some of these records, if you listen to them, they're so good. The problem is that the vinyl doesn't have a very high quality, and the turntables, if here they were crappy, in Brazil they're even crappier. So they couldn't cut the record so high with the bass. They would just cut a big part of it, the sound stage. So that's why I find some reissue label who get those tapes, like for example Elise Tom and a record like that, which like classics, they'll probably sound 10 times better than they sound.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the interesting thing, like we were saying earlier about some of that Atlantic stuff. I mean, if the tapes sound better than the OGs, that'd be neat.
Because if you think about Chris, right, it's funny. So the 70s were the prime. We had the best equipment and the highest number of great engineers, like sound engineers, master engineers. But at the same time, we have the oil crisis, so the vinyl quality went down, right? So kind of things went up and down. So I wonder how, if everything was up to par, how even better the 70s records have sounded.
Well, I don't know. Some of those like totally warbly, floppy Caetano Velosos I have sound incredible, and the vinyl's like wafer thin. And it sounds great.
Yeah, most of even this Muse that I showed today, the Bowie one, oh my goodness, so thin. But it plays flat. You want to see a record that I got this week and I haven't replaced as well?
Felipe is not putting up a warps this week.
Yeah, I got a bunch of warps, yes. A thin 70s records, they're mostly flat, but this one, heavy jacket, pressed the QRP, looks like a wok. I could cook like a fried rice here. Okay. I put on my machine, I flatten it, but they're sending me a new one. So
did it flatten? Did the flattener work?
Yes.
Nice.
I think because it's a fresh record, it's brand new. I've been debating with Joe over and over this week, because he has some really like big ass, super nice blue notes that he's trying to flat.
Yeah.
And we're just exchanging recipes here, and he's been successful too. I think it's just running cycles over and over, tweaking a little bit here and there, and it can get successful.
Yeah, I flattened another one today. So.
With what, you have the record guy, Carlos?
Yeah.
You got to be patient and play with it, but once you find a sweet spot, just keep repeating the records to get better, for sure.
Yeah.
This one came really warped. Awesome.
Which one is that?
VMP.
The Vinyl Me Please.
Have
Oh,
you
yeah?
listened to it?
When I dropped the needle, it was the work was so big, Chris. I just gave up.
That's funny because I think that's the first one that they shipped where the booklet is outside.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you guys see the work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you? So they're sending you a new one, right?
Huh?
They're gonna send you a new one, right?
They sent me a new one, yeah. And I can flatten this one now.
Hey, throw that in when we discuss our,
Sure. Yeah, it's yours. Okay. Another one I got this Liberty. It's a OG. That's a funny thing about this record. I'm still playing detective here. It's
Jody Grind.
yep. It's an OG. It's okay. It's nice. That's the period, right?
Right.
But the funny part about it is a Liberty, an OG. However, all the listings on Discogs, they put Van Gelder and Dead Black. This one does not have, as most of the Liberties would not have. Not expected. So I'm still trying to find out what's up about this record, but it sounds great. I mean, it's not the best Horace Silver, but still,
Is it as bad as the other ones that you don't like, or is it?
No.
Those ones are worse. Yes.
It's much better than the voices. It's actually there's some really good people on the record.
Yeah. So speaking of good people, I got this one here.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, yeah.
That's an OG. I posted this one today, and it's super good. I mean, what can I say? The two, the Jerry Mulligan quintet, right, Brandon? The other one.
The other one has Art Farmer, and
Yeah.
the other one is What Is There to Say is the other like super bargain Mulligan.
Yeah, and it's phenomenal.
Those are
good.
Great.
Yeah, that one is really good. This one is not as good as, in my opinion, but it's a great work here. I like that one better, but this one is good and super cheap.
Yeah, I sold the OG copy I had of it in one of Rob's auctions for some reason.
Let me see what else I have today. Oh yeah, I posted this one today. Record Store Day. I like it. Maybe more than the actually original record.
Really?
Did you guys get this one?
Like some extra tracks. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I like it. It's a different vibe. I think it's more cohesive. It's more, the harmonies are better. I like this record better
That's cool.
than the OG.
I love that Jack Johnson one they did the year before.
Yeah,
The Champions or whatever.
this one's pretty cool. I finally got this. It's old news, but I'm just gonna show briefly. I finally got it.
Yes.
How is it?
Sounds good. The music is beautiful. The vinyl's a little too dirty, in my opinion. I had to bring it twice.
Well, before I left, I don't think I showed this record. I picked up a Bill Evans. It's from that same tour. It's from that same year in Denmark. It was another show.
Oh, is it the one that he's like living from the airplane?
No, I'll post it. It came out in the 80s on Milestone.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good, but it's from that same tour.
Yeah, I saw the Milestone too in my store. It looks like he's walking down from a plane, Rob.
Here, I'll pull it up right now.
Okay. At least that's the cover I saw. And 68 as well, yeah.
It's called You're Gonna Hear From Me. He's kind of hunched over on the piano.
Okay.
Like he always is. Here, I'll post a link to it.
I saw another one on Milestone. I'll get you.
So it came out in 88 on Milestone. And it's recorded at the Jazzhaus Monotree in Copenhagen, November 24th, 1969. So nice. I believe it's from that same tour.
Okay.
There's a request for you here, Rob. Let me make you big here. So
okay. I look just like Felipe. Oh, there I am.
Rob, could you please give us a little example of how Freddie Roach's organ sounds? That is a impression.
I know there's a little kind of hubbub about a couple guys who do YouTube reviews, right?
Okay.
But I did watch someone's review of the Freddie Hubbard record, and I liked the way because Freddie Roach.
Freddie Roach, yeah.
He didn't do a lot, right? I think he did 5 for Blue Note and like 3 for Prestige.
Yeah.
He was a sideman. It said he went to Europe to work with someone, and then he went and tried to go into the movie business in the 70s. And I think he died kind of reasonably young. And I think a lot of his stuff is not like that's probably his best record from what I understand. Not a big expert on him. I just read a lot about him today.
What's that do with the review?
That Heavy Soul with Ike Quebec. That's pretty.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
that's
the stuff I
cool.
like.
Yeah.
I like Quebec, Freddie.
That's how he started. That's how he started. He started with Ike Quebec in 1960.
That record is, but I like Brown Sugar is good. I like the Ike Quebec Heavy Soul. He's on the other one. I think it might as well be Spring too. But the Heavy Soul is amazing, and he plays really good on it.
One of the best Blue Note covers is the one where he's playing chess. Freddie Roach, moving that piece.
Something cool. Move.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The guy's video did say there's that one Freddie Roach with a bunch of women on it.
Mm-hmm.
Is regarded as the worst Blue Note record ever. But here's the deal that we stumbled into is Ike Quebec. What the hell, man? Where's his shit?
Yeah, no shit. I agree. They need to put out some of his stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there any Ike Quebec that was Music Matters?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Bossa Nova one?
No. The Music Matters was.
It might as well be Spring.
No.
Yes, it might as well be. No.
One of them was
easy going, easy something.
Oh, they did that's right. That's
Easy living. Living.
But that was that wasn't released originally.
Right.
So they did the 45 of that, right?
Yeah, it's a 45. I have this one.
Yeah, there's also a Japanese only one that I really like that's kind of like the Bossa Nova one. I'll find it.
I have one of the horrible 1980 Blue Note classic reissue series, Ike Quebec's. I think there were 2 or 3 of those.
You're saying they're not good?
No, the horrible covers.
Oh,
good.
Yeah,
there's the Bossa Nova, Blue and Sentimental. Yeah.
He was the first AR guy, right, for Blue Note.
But it might as well be Spring was Analog Productions. That's the
Analog Productions. Yeah. Music Matters didn't put this one. No.
Yeah.
So
there could be a Classic Records, maybe.
This would be a fun. It'd be kind of cool if they did this one. This is the Japanese.
Oh wow.
Oh, the LT. I have the LT series of this one.
No, what's the deal with Ike Quebec and having the same titles as Bill Evans?
Yeah, and then this is the one where it's no.
Yeah. Oh, Waltz for Debbie.
Yeah.
This has piano, no organ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you can get that as a Scorpio. I see that all the time.
Yeah. This one is really good. I have the P45 of this one.
This is the one I think is fantastic.
Yes.
That is great.
It starts off great and just keeps.
Isn't that the one that's coming out? Is a classic or
yeah?
Is it?
Is that the OG, Brandon?
Yeah, this is an original. I got all the Quebecs. Or as Wayne Shorter called him, Quebec.
Okay, I'll take that one, Brandon, for the Max Roach.
No. This is a special one. I used to have a second one of this, so you should have.
All right. Travel back in time and get that one.
Did you sell it to Felipe?
Man, I bought my Heavy Soul
Brown,
on a cheaper store like a couple of years ago, like $20 as a New York pressing.
Wow. Need some deals like that.
I'll tell you what. I before I left, I listened to 3 of those Music Matters records. Man, oh man.
Yeah. They stand behind their reputation.
They matter to you.
The opener was insanely good.
Yeah.
And then
hey guys, I gotta go. I'm gonna go eat dinner.
Take it
Right,
easy. I gotta go too.
Oh.
Well, maybe I'll come back.
Do you have a birthday cake? Do you have a cake?
The family. Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'm getting anything. We're gonna celebrate tomorrow. All right, take it easy, everyone.
Happy birthday, Rob. Thanks for coming.
Thanks. Not yet.
Yeah. So yeah. I got a couple more things this week, but we can hold them for later. What else you guys have?
I didn't buy shit this week, man. I'm back to the. I'm gonna spend about 6 weeks and not buying a goddamn thing again for a while.
Yeah, we have my credit card.
Yeah,
Yeah,
most
okay.
some of my stuff is arriving. A lot of it's arriving tomorrow. The Miles Davis Fats Navarro that comes tomorrow. The acoustics, my stuff that I ordered from Acoustic Sounds comes tomorrow and Sunday. And I have something that I ordered from Plaid Room that's coming tomorrow also. It's by myself. It's a solo album by cellists. And I had originally ordered it from Dusty Groove, and it's like in Nowhere Land. And I ordered it from Plaid Room, and it's arriving tomorrow.
Nice. Cool. You need to start ordering this stuff in time for the show, man. What's going on? Yeah. Come on.
So Mike, a record that you recommended, I listened to him and I pre-ordered on Bandcamp is the Tyshawn Sorry.
Oh,
man,
yeah.
that stuff is really good.
Yeah. Did you order the new album that's coming out?
Yeah, I pre-ordered that one for sure.
Yeah. The previous one, Mesmerism, isn't available, and that's so good. When it came out, he put it out on his own label, and he only printed printed like 100 copies on vinyl. And I know Nicole got a copy. I didn't get a copy. I ended up buying the CD. And then when he repressed it, Nicole sent me an email saying, "Hey, the Tyshawn Sorry is available." So I got a copy of the album. And now it's out of print again. But he has a new one coming out with the same trio. And I saw him not with it was that trio, his trio, and Greg Osby on alto. And that album's on Bandcamp, but it's only CD. It's CD only. I was there for one of those performances, and it was amazing. It was amazing. He's a phenomenal.
How old is he? Like his 30s? Still a new guy, right?
Maybe 30s, 40s. I want to say probably 40s. But he was a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize in music this year.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he was a finalist for it, and he's just a phenomenal, not only drummer but composer. He's just amazing.
Oh yeah, I was really impressed, and I ordered the record. So speaking of prizes, so what about the prizes that came out this week?
Oh, I mean, it's fine. It's just different. It's the Jazz Journalist Awards, and they have different. Some of them have different perspectives, and who knows who's voting. So I don't really have any real beef with them. There are some people I would have chosen over others, but hey, it's all good. Everybody, and it's not like people aren't deserving, So I didn't really have any problem with it, but
it's awards, right?
Yeah. And you can't satisfy everybody, but I don't even know. I can't even recall. The most interesting thing was when they did the journalism ones where they talked about the books and stuff like that. Those are the ones that I love. They gave Ashley Kahn a Lifetime Achievement Award, which I thought was funny, but and the Sonny Rollins book, got an award. So those were more than the stuff for the musicians. Those were the ones that I was interested in, because you can always there are always musicians you think should get stuff and they don't.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And what they think about the album, what album of the year. Some like the best alto player that they picked was Emmanuel Wilkins, and I agree with that. So
Mm-hmm.
but they picked Samara Joy as I think the best vocalist or best vocal album or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I like her, I don't think her album was the best vocal album.
I like her first record better than the second.
Is that right? I like them both. I just think that Cecile McLaurin Savant.
Oh yeah.
It was just much better. But
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
that's who knows what goes on with picking those awards.
Mm-hmm.
And then some of the people that vote probably haven't heard all the records in the category that they're voting on.
Yeah, probably true. Unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So,
I got some new stuff I want to show.
For sure. Go for it, Chris.
So I got this one, I don't know, a couple months ago. I never listened to it until now. Played it finally. This is on Xanadu. It's Ronnie Kuber.
Mm-hmm.
Called The 11th Day of Aquarius. It's got Tom Harrell on it, who he got a lifetime award at some jazz thing in New York this week from Joe Lovano. He presented him an award. But Mickey Tucker, Dennis Irwin, Eddie Gladden. This is a really good record. Plays baritone. And
that's so cool.
yeah, I really like this one. It's got that, that Xanadu label.
I think I have no Xanadu with a collar in the cover. All my Xanadus are black and white.
Yeah, mine too, I think. And then I got this in. I've been wanting this record forever. It's Night of the Mark 7 Clifford Jordan Quartet with Cedar Walton, Billy Higgins, Sam Jones. So this is a bootleg, basically.
70s?
Yeah, it's 70s, yeah.
So like funky soul jazz a little bit, or is it more avant?
Yeah, for sure. It's awesome. I mean, it's live though, and it wasn't like the best recording to begin with because I've streamed it about 40 times. And I found this. It's on this label called Audio Japan, but there's no evidence this record was pressed in Japan whatsoever, and all the copies are from Spain, basically, like Spain and Italy. I have this one from Portugal, I think. So I think it's probably just like a European, bootleg label like Doxy or whatever. But I mean, it sounds fine, and like I said, the recording's not that great anyway. So a clean copy of this is like $150-$200 of an OG. So that one's cool. I got the volume 2 of this finally. I still need volume 3. So this is the same guys basically. It's Clifford Jordan Magic Triangle, which is Cedar Walton, Billy Higgins, and Sam Jones. That's the Magic Triangle, and this is volume 2 on Steeplechase, and there's 3 of them. They're all from BIM House in Amsterdam. Is I guess a club in Amsterdam back in the 70s. Funny thing about this one is the guy wanted like $70 for it or something, which was kind of a ridiculous price. And so I offered him 40, and he took it, and he said it was near mint. The record's probably like VG plus, and then the cover just kind of came in half. I was like, dude, the cover's like not even sealed. Come on. So he gave me like a $12 discount, so I ended up paying like, $28 for it, which I'm totally happy with. Like I don't mind people making mistakes on grading, especially if like 5,000 albums in their inventory if they make it right after the fact. You know what I mean? So the last one, this is I'm pretty sure like $1 record. Stanley Jordan on what's it called?
Oh yeah! Oh gosh, I remember that. Oh god, I had the cassette of that, man.
Yeah, I think it's fucking great, man.
Yeah,
I like it. I mean, he plays guitar with this weird like. Like that. It's like his bit, but it does. I mean, it sounds like 2 different guitars are playing at times.
I mean, back in the day when that came out, it was like all the rage.
Yeah, so you can get it for almost nothing, but yeah, I liked it. I mean, I was expecting to be disappointed just based on the cover, which isn't always fair. So yeah. The Clifford Jordan stuff, man. I just want all of this shit he did with Cedar Walton and Billy Higgins. It's all so good.
Oh yeah.
So good. I mean, like the Pentagon, of course, is great. That one doesn't sound super good. I want to listen to Volume 1 again to see how the sound quality on it. I don't know if maybe this wasn't the best recording at the club or whatever. Nicole's got a question for you, Mike. Have you seen?
Oh yeah, I was typing it, but I'll just say it. Yeah, no, and Nicole, I pre-ordered it. It comes out, I think June 23rd or something like that. So, yeah, and I might go. Joe Lovano's playing the Vanguard this coming week, so I'm probably gonna try to. I should go online and order my tickets now because everything sells out now at the Vanguard, unfortunately. So
I'll bet.
Yeah.
Our current ECM vinyl release is analog. I would be highly doubtful of that. Who knows? I don't know.
That is a good question.
You think anybody's really recording analog tape anymore?
Their new reissues.
Well, no, I'm thinking he's talking about like current records they're putting out.
No, I don't think, they do put out reissues, and I think they're digital too.
Yeah, well, the new series that's coming out is not digital; it's all analog.
Yeah.
The
new series is supposed to be analog.
Yeah.
Because they did I think Kenny Wheeler and what's the other one? Felipe would know because we were talking about. I don't want to mispronounce the guy's name. But they're supposed to be analog. But I wonder because it's funny. It's actually surprising me how much stuff that I thought wasn't done on analog on tapes during that whole period.
Yeah,
that was done on tapes. Like those Joe Hendersons I showed, analog tape.
Oh wow, that's cool.
19, late 80s. So, but also like some of the Blue Note classics that they did at Joe Lovano. That's analog.
Is it really that double LP that came out?
Yeah, with
yeah, that's good. I like that record.
That was now, and maybe it's the studio where it was recorded at Sphere Sound, and maybe it depends on where they recorded it. But because there are a lot of recordings that were done, that was that's a pretty well-known studio for a lot of jazz was recorded there. So there were things that we normally think of as we might have thought maybe digital. There may be tapes of it, just depending on where it was recorded.
That's very true.
Yeah, I was thinking I've just noticed that there's a lot of some of the sorry about my dog. Some of the ECMs are Dex. Some of the ECMs. All right, I'm gonna have to get rid of him. Hold on.
No, I got the same problem. Let me work about it.
I need to listen to this one. I haven't even opened this yet. Have you? Did you get this one, Mike? The Cecil Taylor Candid. Is it good? I've got that one and the Clark Terry. I haven't even listened to them yet.
I haven't listened to the Clark Terry yet. But the Cecil Taylor. What else? What else was on it? Did you get the Booker Irvin?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
I like all the records they put out. You have to clean them though, because they come dirty as shit, man.
Yeah, and then but their whole thing is they just so mixed up. I don't even know why do they even bother to put out like release dates.
Oh, yeah.
Because they had put out like last week. They were supposed to release 3 things: the Joanne Brackeen, Kenny Barron, and a Shirley Scott. Nothing, It's like, why even bother? Just when you have them, just put them out. It's not out yet. Budget file, yeah. No, mine didn't come either. That means they just haven't done it. That's what I mean about Candid. They just never need. They just need to give up. putting out release dates.
Great. I was just going to look real quick about like what's out there. There's some more modern stuff, but like the Clark Terry, the Shirley Scott's in stock here at
Well, let's see. Is it really?
Yeah, it's in stock at Acoustic Sounds.
That's shocking. Now I gotta check. Now I'm pissed.
So is the Joanne Brackeen, dude. You're just bitching and like they're all in stock.
Nah, they were supposed to come out last week and nothing.
Well, they're here now, man.
That's bullshit. I don't believe that.
What?
Chad. It's Chad's website. That shit is. That's a garbage.
That shit is always accurate with what he has in stock.
It is not.
This PB Russell's actually really good. I think I've talked about that one. That one's great.
I heard that too.
That Booker Irvin is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, now I gotta check.
I think it's really. Yes, they've had really, really bad problems with getting shit out on time or whatever, but the stuff's been good.
Oh yeah, no, I don't have a problem with the.
And it's $27. So if it sounds good and it's not a $40 record, I'm kind of in for it. The covers are kind of nice too. They're not like tip-ons, but they're kind of thicker.
Yeah.
Like that's what Blue Note should be using for the classic series or something like that. I think that would make people so much happier.
Well, yeah, I would buy them if they did better covers.
I have every single one of them except for like the last 3 or 4. I'll buy them because they sound fucking great. But
I picked up 2, but yeah, they're just inkjet covers.
Yeah, I'm getting a little more picky actually on the reissues I get because for a long time I just bought everything that came out, and I can't afford to do that shit now. There's so much crap coming out. Like everybody's got a reissue series,
right?
So I think it makes sense to kind of be picky.
More are coming. More are coming.
Yeah,
right. I'm gonna see what happens with Acoustic Sounds and those Candid. Because
just don't do what Mazzy did, which is pre-order all 9 of them.
No,
from Candid.
Because, yeah, it's weird because on Amazon they have it. They say 1 in stock, but it's not through Amazon.
Oh yeah, that's weird.
So yeah, Candid did a lot of even going back to I want to say up through the 80s. There's some great live Gary Bartz that I have on CD that Candid did. It's freaking phenomenal. And that because I was hoping maybe that's a sign that them were putting out the Joanne Brackeen and the Kenny Barron was a sign that maybe they're moving towards dealing with a lot more of their 80s catalog and they might put out that Gary Bartz.
Shirley Scott's later too, isn't it?
Yeah, because she has I think it's Terrell Stafford on trumpet. I think that's the band, and maybe even Tim Warfield. Yeah, I've got some
Arthur Harper and Aaron Walker.
Yeah. So I was just hoping that that's a sign that they're gonna go into their 80s stuff.
Looks like it.
Really good stuff.
Now a lot of those Candid records, I don't know about the OGs, but a lot of that shit was repressed in the 70s. Was it Barnaby? Is that what it was called?
Yeah,
Barnaby. Many of them been out of the UK, I think.
Yeah.
And I've got 3 or 4 of those, and they all sound good. So if you find those too,
This is a pretty cool Candid. It's actually pretty fun.
Oh yeah, I want that. Mike has that.
It's got it's got great people. But yeah, it's kind of Art Taylor drums, Buddy Collette bass, Tommy Flanagan piano, Lou Span on guitar, Julius Watkins on French horn, and Phil Woods on alto. That's the group with Benny Bailey.
Can you show the cover again?
Yeah. It's sort of a gem that not a lot of people know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's a big group, It's grass.
Yeah. I think Jazz Bones Mike bought that about a year ago.
You got 3 horns and a guitar plus your trio.
Nice. Yes, David. They reissued one of the Mingus titles on Candid. Is that one of the ones that was RSP first?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the Mingos one is easy.
Yeah.
I saw an OG we insist in my local store. It was a minty, $300, but I passed.
$300? Damn.
It's too much.
I would spend $20 on that, $25 on the canned one. It's good. I love that record. Yeah.
Not yet. I mean, that's how I feel too. Yeah.
You know what's scary, guys, is that I saw a post that Zev had made on Facebook about a thing he was going to, like a record convention, like industry convention type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the topics on the thing was, what are we going to press with all this new capacity? So it sounds like a shit ton of capacity coming online, right? Which is scary if you're worried about being able to keep up with reissues that you want to buy. Because they're all just going to start pressing the shit out of them.
I don't have to keep up. That just means more variety.
I know. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll just stop. It won't be like a million more pressings of Kind of Blue.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
I'll never buy another pressing of Kind of Blue.
But
no,
no,
the
APR 33. That's good enough for me.
Yeah. But it's funny through the years. I think when I was like starting, everything that came out, I would just buy just because. First, you don't know if it was going to be reissued again. Second, it was my first title.
Yep.
And now I'm just like sitting back and saying, that's like this Coltrane on Rhino. Sorry, don't need it. A lot of classic series, I don't need it. And I think so long. OJCs, I'm not getting all those OJCs.
Right, me either. I mean, the nice thing with a lot of those classic series, the secret there is to just wait.
Yeah.
They press the shit. They'll be in 6 months. They'll be $17.
Even the Tone Poets. I mean, I'm getting them all, but the last 3 or 4 titles came out this year. I'm just waiting for the summer sales. I'm doing
the same thing. Was it because of what? Like Target has one where you can buy 2 get 1 free, right?
Yeah, and Amazon kind of matches up to that.
So
yeah.
Just wait. Everybody does. Walmart's going to have their $15 records that they had last year, so just wait.
All right, Chris. So I placed my order at Acoustic Sounds
for the Candid.
Yeah, for the Joanne Brackeen and the Shirley Scott. The Kenny Barron doesn't come out until June.
What else? What other Candid titles are they doing?
Winfist, the Mingos titles, Abbey Lincoln.
And there's that Monk title that's supposed to be coming out too.
Oh yeah.
Which I guess they did for Record Store Day, and now it's supposed to be coming out as a regular release.
Yeah, I've got that one. It's pretty cool. It's for Japanese.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the Record Store. The other one that came out that I get guaranteed you can buy for cheap is that New Rebels.
Yeah, I have that.
Super Rebels. Yeah.
Yep. I haven't even listened to that, but I think that's on my it's on my Mosaic box. On the Mingus Candid stuff, so that's why I haven't even listened to it.
Yeah, it's a good record. I did a little video about it before Record Store Day, but I bet that's one that you can get for cheap now. Maybe not. I don't know. I haven't looked at It's interesting on Record Store Day. I'm starting to figure out like the titles that you need to buy the day of if you want to have a copy at full price versus the ones you should just wait 2 months for because they'll be half price on Discogs. Like I've fucked up so many of those records.
Could you highlight Willis Enterprises? Yeah, the Nova stuff. Yeah,
Harry Treadgill.
I don't. I think I would love for it to be registered, but I don't see that happening. And if you're saying that, I don't know. I don't think. I think BMG might have the rights. Because it was Novus RCA when it came out. They did a lot. They did a lot of Mal Waldron, Henry Threadgill, Steve Lacy. We were talking about Dick Griffin earlier. He produced a couple of albums. He did at least one that I know of for the pianist. Hilton Ruiz, that was on Novus, And there's one really good Hilton Ruiz that you can find. I think it should be cheap. It's called Grand Encounter. Freaking amazing. It's on Novus. But yeah. RCA now Sony owns BMG. Jeez.
Yeah.
That's freaking
I think the three big ones are Sony, Warner, and Universal. I think the three ones that left.
I've got a Steve Lacy on Novus called Momentum that's really good from '87.
Yeah, I have that.
Also, you can buy a copy that's near mint for $6.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're really good.
Is all the Novus stuff cheap or is it not? You know,
he has a lot of stuff where it's not like a tradition where he's playing with more like classical instruments that are great, but you have to like a viola and a cello with your alto.
Yeah. And there's one that he has on Novus called The Door, which is really good. And one of the drummers on there is Sam Woodyard, who played with Duke Ellington. That's a really good one. That may have been like one of the first outside of the the stuff he did on in the 50s. That was probably the first Steve Lacy I bought. Now I have over like 50.
Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of Steve Lacy stuff, huh? Interesting.
Yeah.
James Moody has some records on Novus too. It looks like.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm trying. No, that might be Warner Brothers, but that's CD only.
When did James Moody do Novus? He's got some great records from the 70s that are cheap and
like 88.
Let me see. Maybe let me see if it's the one that I think. Hold on.
He had one called James. Are you talking about James Moody or somebody else?
James Moody, yeah.
He had one called Moving Forward on Novus.
No, that's not it.
For 88. You can get a copy for $3.
I like Moody's later stuff a lot more than the 50s. And
he was he on Argo in the 50s?
He was on Argo.
Yeah. He was like the big guy on Argo, right? Like him and Louis.
Yeah.
He was on Prestige. And then he was on Perception. He did 2 really good records on Perception.
Yeah. No, the one I was thinking of it's actually on Warner, and it's called Warner Jams Volume 2, the 2 tenors. This is only CD though. It was James Moody and Mark Turner, and it's freaking fabulous.
Oh wow, that sounds
freaking fabulous.
Yeah.
He has this really good one that has like a really bad cover, where it's just like it's all blurry, and he's on the cover, but it's a really good record. And I think it's after he was on Perception. See if I can find it. But you can find it for like $8.
Yeah, anything on Perception you can find. I mean, God, I picked up a lot of stuff on it, except for that Dizzy Gillespie.
2 Dizzy Gillespies.
Yeah.
Waiting for Jenny.
Portrait of Jenny and The Real Thing, which are both really good, but they're like $50. Or $40 maybe.
Moody did some stuff on Milestone too, I guess.
Yeah, I think the one I have is it's either on Milestone or Fantasy, and it's got a blurry. I should find it. It's really good.
I've got one called Moody and the Brass Figures. It's like him with a bigger brass band. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I have this Moody on Perception. Just check. A Heritage Hum.
Yeah, Heritage Hum is great.
It's really good.
That's one I give to people because I find it for $5 and then just send it to them.
Oh well, that's to Roy Hargrove.
Yeah, those are really good titles. Really good titles.
I mean, if there's ever issue, but are they $5 records? I mean,
no, they're not. I don't even think they were ever. I don't know. Maybe were they on vinyl? I mean, I have the CDs. I don't know if they even were on vinyl, but they're really good. It was funny because I I sent you guys that in our little group. I sent you the link where the guys you guys talk about the like their top 7 from the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they talk about Roy Hargrove. They don't have these 2 titles in there, but they have his Verve title, which is so good, like Tenors of Our Time. That's another one. I mean, like Stanley Turrentine, Joe Henderson, a whole bunch of player, and it works. Usually those type of recordings don't work for me, but the one with Roy Hargrove works.
That Diamond in the Rough one is a $50 record. So.
Oh damn!
Yeah. So the LP.
That's why I've never seen it.
Yeah. So maybe it does need to be reissued. And yeah, Willis has both of them. Well, you got a $50 record there, man.
Cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nice. There's so many fucking jazz records. It's kind of insane.
Yeah.
There's a lot. Yeah.
I guess so when you have like 80 years to record them, I guess that's why.
Yeah. I mean, Roy Hargrove, even, listening to his records, he was a phenomenal player to see in person. And so one of my friend that lives like 10 minutes from Felipe wasn't the biggest Roy Hargrove fan. And he came up here and we went to this club that no longer exists called Bradley's. And Roy Hargrove was playing with Joe Lovano.
Wow.
And this club, they only basically Bradley's. Originally, it just started as like a piano, bass, and then they expanded in terms of the instrumentation. And he heard Roy Hargrove play live, and he was like, "Dude, this guy is fun. He's amazing." I mean.
That's cool.
He would raise his game. He would raise his game to the next level when he played live, and when he was playing with Lovano, and it was amazing. It was one of the best live performances I've ever seen.
That's nice.
I mean, Roy Hargrove played on he's like the Ron Carter of the drums almost. I mean, he played all kinds of shit.
Yeah. I mean, I just have that Record Store Day release that Zach put out.
Oh yeah.
That performance is so good. It's so good. People complain about.
Oh yeah, with Mo Groove.
Oh yeah, that thing is so good, so good, and it feels so intimate. You feel like you're into the stage with them.
Which one?
Yeah, that's another favorite player of mine, Mo Groove Miller. I saw him a number of times at Vanguard, and he was also one of the nicest guys. He'd stop and talk to you. I've got one of his recordings that have Joe Henderson, Kenny Garrett, Steve Nelson, and when I went to see him at the Vanguard, I had the little CD insert, and he signed it for me and everything. And he actually, spoke. We had a conversation for a few minutes. So that was pretty cool. But he's another guy that died really young. So
I was confused because I took an edible. I thought you were talking about a drummer, not Roy Hargrove.
Oh, Roy Brooks, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And the one club that I go to a lot, the Jazz Gallery. Roy Hargrove was one of the founders of it.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, can I show another one?
You can do whatever you want, man.
Okay. This one came after, I think, 2 weeks, right, Chris? But made it. And so, Chris, I might send this record for my birthday.
Oh, yeah.
And I already had 2 copies, so one of the copies is going to go for auction soon.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's going to be a Blue Label RVG, but I'm going to keep this one for sure, and my AP45, which is Blowing the Blues Away.
Oh yeah,
I mean, just the covers like kills it. It's like those Andy Warhol covers, right?
Yep.
It's like same level. It's just so beautiful. It's the Horace Silver Quintet and Trio, so there's two different groups playing here. So Blue Mitchell, Junior Cook, which kind of traditional, right? They always play together. Horace Silver, Eugene Taylor, and Louis Hayes drums.
Nice.
That's a phenomenal. I mean, if you don't have it, go get this record. Any version should be fine. Or if you wait for the auction, I can sell you one. That's the OG.
Yeah.
That's a Deep Groove. Van Gelder. P. He checks all boxes except for the fact that it's a stereo. But this year there was a stereo and a mono, so it's 40-17. Very early in the 4000 series, and the record plays mint. Look at it.
Nice.
It's just beautiful, Chris. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mike. I'm very happy. I mean, I really like Horace Silver, and this is one of my favorites from him, for sure.
Yeah, that one's good.
I'm glad you liked it.
Hard bop till you drop.
Oh yeah, that's
That record just goes.
classic. Okay. Anything else, Chris? You have?
Well,
Because I don't want to spend my silver bullet. I still have a silver bullet.
no, I haven't bought anything, man. I mean,
I got one thing that I had actually had on CD, and I finally decided to pick up on vinyl. And it's this is I got this for like
oh, cool.
$8.
Yeah.
And it's in great condition.
Is that on Muse?
Yep. And Joe Newman on trumpet, Duke Jordan on piano, Sam Jones bass, Roy Brooks drums, and an excellent late Sonny Chris session from 1973, so it's not that late, but really good. And yeah, it was $8. It was $8, and then I think it was like plus $6 shipping.
Yeah.
Nice. I got a couple of not really interesting records, but let's see. So I bought like 5 or 10 records at this estate sale like 6 months ago for $1 a piece, and most of them I had to throw away because they were wardrobe bad. But this one wasn't. It's a Grover Washington Junior Retweet. So I guess this is like smooth jazz, right, Mike? I mean, is this considered smooth jazz?
I am familiar with like a lot of Grover Washington, but I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, it's actually really good because it's on Motown.
Yeah,
and it's got it's kind of more funky. I mean, it's definitely kind of smooth, but it's funky. So I like that one a lot. This one I did not like so much. It's just kind of boring. Like I don't know. Well, this is I see his records all the time. It's the first one I bought, and it was $1. So is all of his stuff kind of boring, or is there records
my dad used to always he had the one that was on Blue Note.
Yeah.
It's nice afternoon when it's really hot, like but it just reminds me of it's like background music, know?
Yeah.
It's like that my dad used to play a bunch of stuff where it's just like that's nice, you can go clean the house or something.
Yeah.
On a hot day.
I have one. I have one of his in my closet.
I kind of feel like a lot of Bob James is like that too. You just kind of put it on, and it's just kind of cruising in the background, kind of stuff. It's not like it's not engaging. It's not engaging music. Anyway, I forgot. I got this.
Oh, cool.
This was like a few times ago, but it's in the 10-inch stack, so I didn't bring it out, but it's actually quite clean.
Very cool.
Original Pacific Jazz 10-inch with a pretty decent band. Russ Freeman and who else is on that? Shoot, I can't even read it. Well, does it say here?
Jeez,
Anyway.
amazing how much Earl Clued there is. Oh,
Dude, it was a shit ton. Actually, I lied. I have one other one. Check this one out. So this is like the dynamic duo here.
Oh,
Bob James and Earl Klugh.
Oh,
yeah. My dad had that one too. I remember that one.
Record fucking sucks, man. I don't know. I can't listen to it, dude. I don't know. Actually, this one's in really bad shape too. But Ron Carter's on it and Harvey Mason. I'm like, okay.
Oh.
There's another. What's the other one?
Ralph McDonald. He was like the ubiquitous, percussion player during that period of time.
Yeah. It's not great. I don't know if it sucks. I just didn't like it. So I know now. Not the Bob James football records.
God.
But that has a taxi theme. That's the only reason.
Yeah, it does have a theme. Yeah, that's true.
That's the only reason you get that record.
Yeah, that's fair.
You just play that one song.
But he was Bob James was sampled a lot also in hip hop.
Yeah. Oh, I can see that. I mean, sure.
Yeah.
It's stuff on the CTI Bob James are the ones you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And this, yeah, he's involved
But
in
touchdown is like it's just got the taxi theme. That's the only reason. It's kind of boring.
Yeah.
But I have it just for the taxi theme. So
Well, I can see that for sure. 10-inch box. Oh, yes, I do. I have one right here. Literally right here. I'm gonna listen to this again. I streamed this on my Twitch stream.
Yeah. And I have the Charlie Parker 10-inch.
I'd like to get the other ones if I can, if they're affordable. I know they're like out of print or whatever, but if they're not super expensive, I might get them. This was cool. I'm glad I got this. For people who see it, they have these really cool covers. These were originally released in these volumes. I didn't realize that at first.
Yeah.
But yeah, great covers. It's like $100 on Amazon, so not terrible for 5 records, I guess. They go back quick though. I mean, they don't have nearly as much music as a 12-inch.
this isn't an original. This is a 70s. This is to me is like the most underrated Mobley out there.
Music Matters did that, didn't they?
I think they did a 45 of it, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's awesome. I think it's up there with Soul Station and this other one on 1550.
Yeah.
The quintet. I love this record. This is the 1971 United Artist copy, which actually now are going for quite a bit too.
Oh yeah.
But, Spanish. People don't know. It's great.
Wow. Nicole said there was a Bob James on ESP.
How was it, Nicole?
Oh, that record's awesome. Yeah. It doesn't sound it's just a great trio record. It doesn't sound anything. He's not playing a Rhodes. He's playing.
Yeah. I mean, he's got chops and everything. It's just
Oh, here we go. Yeah. The Thelonious Monk 10-inch box is expensive now. I wish I would have bought that when it came out. It wasn't that long ago. I'm excited for the vinyl for Monk's music that's coming out on Vinyl Me Please. I'm really stoked for that one.
Yeah. I mean, I have an OJC, but I'm still really, interested in that.
If people are interested in Thelonious, that Blue Note classic that came out is perfect.
The Bob James Explosion on ESPN is fantastic, and so is this Once Upon a Time Zeb Feldman, and it doesn't sound anything like what he would later do in the late 60s and early 70s. It's acoustic piano. This sounds a lot more like Bill Evans or Don Friedman kind of piano trio. And same with that ESP. So they're great. And it's a very surprising when you think about what you kind of consider to be Bob James, because it's that Rhodesy kind of like up and down the keyboard kind of sound that he does. But this stuff, the stuff he did in the early '60s, was totally different. And I think a lot of people would, if you like, Bill Evans, you probably dig this.
Well, I mean that stuff we're talking about that we don't like did well for him, man. I mean, the reason those records are everywhere is because he sold a fuck.
Oh hell yeah!
I don't know what people were thinking.
Mm.
My dog is.
I guarantee he sold a fuck ton more jazz records than anybody that's selling jazz records today.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Not even close.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yes. Funny.
He does tape distortion on his ESP disc release. That's cool.
Mm.
I don't know.
Trying to see what else. Do I have anything else coming tomorrow?
I need to finish listening to all the shit I got from Record Store Day, like the Bill Evans, one of the Sonny Stitz. I mean, I listened to like one of the records from all the 2 LP sets, but I haven't finished them out. So Like I finished the.
I really like the Sonny Stitz. The Sonny Stitz are great both.
Yeah. Oh, they're just freaking amazing.
Yeah, I finished that Left Bank one last night. It was great.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna put all those kind of RSD Zev Feldman records together in one little cube.
Yeah, that might not be. That might be a good idea.
Yeah, so there's like 7 fucking labels now. Like I don't really want them spread out all over the damn place,
Yeah.
The last Bill Evans was not my favorite.
I like those 2 in Argentina last year. I think they were really surprising.
I like those, and then I like the ones the what is it called, the between the dikes or whatever. Yeah. It's not that these aren't the most recent one isn't bad, but yeah, it doesn't compare to the 2 previous ones are just much better.
Yeah,
to me.
No, I agree. And then like the was it Black Forest one? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, I never got that. And then they put it out on another label where they're like freaking, I don't know how much it was.
It's like $50 and it was a 45.
Yeah.
But it didn't have all the music on it. I was like, fuck that. Just by the RSC, it had more music.
Yeah. And that same label is actually doing a Shirley Horn reissue. I think it's Softly that ORG did, and they're like
on audio file or whatever,
and they're charging like a freaking arm and a leg for it. I was like, you gotta be kidding me! I was like, you probably could find the freaking ORG ones, Let me see how much is it?
At least comparable.
Yeah.
I think I have that one.
Where is it? It's not even listed here.
Are you talking about this one?
I think that's it. Let me see what the reissue is. I just want to be sure.
So this one's great, but like it was. I mean, this one actually is really good. I don't know how I got this, and why it's still cheap if you can find it. So this was Shirley Horn Softly. It was RSD like 2018 or something.
Yeah.
It was limited to 300 copies. Remastered for vinyl, whatever the fuck that means, but pressed at Palace, and it's on like a flat vinyl.
Mm-hmm.
Really good, but I mean, I think this is a cheap ass record. I don't know, maybe not.
It should be. Let me see if that's the one.
It's pretty cool.
I mean, the other one that they put out that I love on that same label is this Peggy Lee that came out like in 2020, maybe.
Yeah,
I have it.
It's on this really cool pink vinyl. This was like broadcast recordings she did in England in like 55. Yeah. And they got them off like these transcription records. So it's not the best sound quality ever, but it's really cool.
Yeah, Chris. That I went to Elusive Disc. That Shirley Horn is being put out. So I guess it's it's on 45 RPM. 2 LPs, $79, $80.
Impacts.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
No, it's that deluxe edition. The same people that did the Bill Evans Black Forest after the the record store day release.
Yeah, I mean, there's one copy of that Shirley Horn for sale in the United States right now. Because there's only 300 of them. There's more than one copy. There's like 4, and you can get it for $35.
Yeah,
There's only 4 though. Like, I mean, I guess if you really wanted that, then
yeah. Because I mean, it says this one is it's AAA, 200 gram double LP, 45 RPM, 2 times HD mastering on Nagara equipment by somebody, Renee, whatever, and then cut all analog by Bernie Grunman on tube cutting equipment, duplication from the analog master, made in Canada.
I mean, that's made in Canada.
Yeah, there's this Canadian pressing plant.
$80 for a Canadian pressing plant? No thanks, dude. I don't think so.
Well, they did this Bill Evans press there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my point. I mean, if those records came okay.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel like some. I don't know.
Well, I just think about the great times in pressing. It was like the 70s. People usually agree it's the 70s. Nobody cared if it was like a Monarch or
that's
right, Jacksonville or whatever. Nobody cared. They knew it was going to be good.
Monarch, Santa Maria, all that
Santa Maria,
yeah.
Yeah, but we know which ones are better now, so we care.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think eventually, hopefully, they can catch up, right?
Yeah. Here's a morbid thought too. A lot of that shit, like from the 70s, that everybody wants. There's a lot of people that have that shit in their collections that are still alive.
Oh yeah,
Boomer type,
like 10 years,
right? Like
in 10 years, yeah.
My dad was 71 when he passed last year, and he had some. I got like a cube's worth of records that he had, and there's some really cool shit in there. 70s rock and stuff.
Yeah.
So a lot of that stuff's gonna start turning up more.
Yeah.
And these were the penny record in the 90s when everybody's dumping their collections, right?
Oh, dude, yeah. Like, I mean, I've got like, and they're not.
I remember.
They're $20 records.
DC area. There was this store called the Joel's Record Paradise. Zev mentioned on his. It's in Silver Spring near DC. I saw Nirvana's 45 there in the early 2000s for like $5.
Yeah.
Go check how much a Nirvana 45 costs now.
Let me see this one.
But I like all my mother's albums. My aunt has them now, but I'll get them back eventually. But it's funny because like maybe a month or 2 ago, there was this album that was reissued. It's by this sort of London-based funk reggae band called Samande. And everybody was showing it. I have the OG because if you grew up in New York, especially where I grew up in Queens, where there's a lot of first, second generation Jamaicans, everybody had a copy of that freaking record. And my mom had an OG, which my aunt now has, which I will get back from her. But I was like, now they just reissued that.
Mm-hmm.
And part of the reason, I'd say if you went to 3 out of 5 African American, Caribbean American households had a copy of that album.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this one song on there called Bra, where there's the bass line. It became ubiquitous in early hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
And that was kids were taking their parents' records and using it.
Oh, yeah.
And that's and that's how that's part of the reason why that record has endured because it got used in early hip hop.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Mike, like 2 or 3 weeks ago on Rick Rubin's podcast, he aired an interview with Sharrock from the Funky 4+1.
I
That
used
was
to have a crush on her,
that was
actually.
so amazing, so amazing. You should look for it's called Broken Records, Rick Rubin's
Yeah.
podcast. There's an amazing interview here, and in talking of like hip hop, beginners. I mean, there would be no Run DMC voices with all what she invented.
But that was, I remember when they appeared on Saturday Night Live, the Funky Four.
Yeah.
Because we were just like hanging out like late at night at my friend's house, and like all of a sudden holy
What's
shit,
going on? Yeah,
you know.
They almost didn't make it because I think that was the day she found out she was kind of pregnant. She was telling the rest of the band it didn't go well.
Yeah.
So I think it's big heavy environment there, but they nailed it.
Yeah, that was a great show. I mean, we went crazy when that came on. We were like, oh my god, we couldn't believe that. That was great.
No, Sharrock is more. I mean, she's as important as Michael Jackson is in a sense, right?
Yeah, I mean that was a groundbreaking moment in early hip hop when they appeared on Saturday Night Live. It's like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, and their 45s are still very cheap. I got one. There's like this what's the name of it? It's like a 10-minute song, 20-minute song, or something like this.
Yeah, I used to have that. I don't know what happened to that, but yeah, that was great. And they never did an album or anything like that. They never recorded an album.
No, just 45s.
Yep, that was it.
But when you listen to her rapping, it's just amazing.
Yeah,
it's incredible. Yeah. She was a force for sure. Precursor, big time.
You could sell it. I mean, Expect said he kind of wish you didn't buy the John Lee Hooker from Kraft since AP's doing a 45. You could probably sell it. I mean,
I think the Kraft is sold out, right? Yeah.
You could probably sell it. So.
Yeah.
I love that album, The Healer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then I like the follow up to that also, which has sort of the similar concept. But it has I can't remember the name of it, but it has John Lee Hooker sitting on top of in front of a car. But that's a good one also.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Do you have any of the Fat Possum Blues stuff?
Yeah,
I do. What do I have?
I've got a Juniper Kimbrough record that's really good.
I have CDs of those.
You talk about like Junior Kimbrough and R.L. Burnside.
Yeah, that shit. Yeah,
I like that type of blues a little. I don't want to say more than any other, but it's called hill country blues.
Right.
Nice.
And I love that. And R.L. Burnside, his grandson has some really excellent recordings out. Cedric Burnside is freaking fabulous. And his last two albums, I think they're like recorded all analog and everything, and they're really beautiful sounding. But yeah, I love the hill country blues because it's more. I don't know. You get that whole juke joint feeling with that those type of that type of blues.
I mean, that's where they recorded it, like the Junior Kimbrough stuff. The one I have, he had an old church that he played in. It was a juke joint, And man, he had like this. He played electric guitar, and he just had this like dual thing going, right? Like he would play bass with his thumb, and then pick out his melodies and everything else on the rest of the guitar. It's fucking killer.
And for a while, I stopped listening to I don't know. I think it was RL. I don't know who he did an album with. I don't think it was Kid Rock, but maybe. And I was just like, I can't do that. I just can't do that.
Did some work with John Spencer.
Yeah, and I didn't mind that, but I think
he did a pop, like a pop album.
I don't want to say it was pop. It was just something. It just got to the point where I just thought it was sort of, I don't know. getting away from like that whole juke joint feeling.
Yeah,
That
I saw him. It was just him and a guitar.
Yeah,
and but the guitar was it wasn't. He had it amplified, but it wasn't a electric guitar.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just playing slide and singing, but it was distorted. It was he was hitting the overdrive on the amp, so it was busting up pretty good. So it was like
Carlos, that's a good one to get the one I was talking about. It's called All Night Long. I love Fat Possum. I mean, they get some cool records and they're cheap as hell. Like there's a couple of
who else
they did all green, right?
Orders. I have that. The guy. I have that in mind.
What were we saying, Felipe? They
did the all green, right?
Yeah, they have. I think they own part of. They have access to the Al Green catalog because I've got the greatest hits from them, and then they did a weird RSD record. It was Al Green, "Give Me More Love," and they put like an orchestra behind it.
Oh yeah, there's not a good one.
It actually worked. It was actually pretty good. And then I don't know. This isn't jazz, obviously, but Townes Van Zandt. They put out a bunch of Townes Van Zandt records.
I think they did all of his stuff, didn't they?
I think they may. I don't know if they did all of it. They did a bunch.
They did all the Tomato ones, right?
Yeah, and two of them were like this anniversary release they did in 2019, and they're like AAA everything tip on jackets, and they were like $20. Like they put out cheap records, but they're cool.
A record from Fat Possum. I bought it. I listened to it over and over and over, and I bought on CD. But now, apparently, the vinyl is really expensive. The Grace Potter first record.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, the Grace Potter Nocturnals. I was still with the big band there. Man, I bought on CD. I listened to it a lot, and now it's sold out. First pressing goes for a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the I think the most recent Cedric Burnside.
That's his grandson.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
It is awesome, and they like list. This is one of the albums where they list like the equipment and all this stuff, like the mic. They use the mics that were used on some of the classic Memphis recordings and all this stuff. Where is it?
Is that the stuff where it's all out of the van?
No, this is in a studio. It's recorded at Royal Studios in Memphis, and some additional recording in Alabama. And yeah, it has. He uses on one of the songs. He uses Al Green's famed mic number 9.
Mm.
And it's really, they list like all the stuff, in the Memphis studios. And then this is the other one that came before that one. Also Cedric Burnside. They're all excellent.
It's an amazing cover.
Yeah, it's really, really good stuff. I really like him.
What label are those on?
This is the label. It's called Single Lock Records.
Okay.
And I mean, this one's a gatefold.
Nice.
Yeah. And I guess that's Al Green's mic that's in that photograph.
In the picture on the bottom.
Yeah.
Number 9.
Yeah.
Number 9.
But they're both excellent recordings. And then he has stuff that was only before that. He has a number of recordings, but before that it was just CD. Those are his most recent stuff is his only vinyl releases. But he used to travel with his grandfather, stuff like that too.
That's neat stuff. Oh, I like finding little labels like that because you can just buy it directly from them. You know? They've got a lot of new artists that they're putting shit out for too. So,
and some even in Fat Possum, they reissued some of those People's recordings.
They did. The one with "I Can't Stand the Rain." I really want
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I love that fucking song. It's so great.
Yeah.
Her version of that song is insane.
Mhm.
Anybody in the peanut gallery want to come join us for just shit to talk about?
I'm trying to see. Oh, I didn't even know that they did that song. No, I've never. I know Near Zero asked about Charlie Hunter. I've never really gotten into him. Yeah, I know they did the Blue Note reissue.
I listened to that. I bought it. I listened to it once. I need to listen to it again.
Yeah.
He had an interesting sound for sure.
Oh yeah. Jonathan asked a question about Yusef Lateef's '84.
Yeah.
Actually, last Sunday I was in Philadelphia and I went to this record store and I bought not an original, but it was I guess it was second pressing, late '60s, early '70s copy of 1984. I cleaned it, but I haven't listened to it yet. I mean, I love Yusef Lateef, so I mean, I have
that record he did on CTI is not great.
Oh, I didn't even know he did anything on CTI.
It's called Auto Physio Psychic. It's got Art Farmer on it.
Art Farmer.
Oh,
yeah. It's not
but
good.
yeah, because I have
That's cool.
There you go.
I picked up Golden Flute last weekend, and that
love,
and I already have Live at Peps, which I love.
That's one I want to get.
Yeah,
and A flat, B flat, and C.
Oh,
That's a really good. This one.
I like that Atlantic record of his too.
G flat and C
G flat. Oh yeah.
And I think that would refer to the sax of the flute as far as the key.
Oh, and then I also. Oh, sorry.
No, that's it.
I also have, Vinyl Me Please did a Yusef Lateef reissue a couple, and it was something it was on Verve. I think it was, and it was only like 500 copies or something.
Oh, good.
And it's freaking excellent. But it's different from the Impulse stuff, but it's freaking. Let me see if I can find it in my.
I like that the Blue Yusef record too.
What?
It's called the Blue Yusef Lateef.
Oh, right. That's a little bit. That's like 69 or 70.
Yeah, let me look. It was on Atlantic.
Yeah, the one that Vinyl Me Please did was called Before Dawn. The music of Yusef Lateef, and it was originally on Verve. I'll pull it and I'll show it.
I don't know, Carlos. I don't have Eastern Sounds. I don't know if it's accessible or not, but I'm excited for that one to come out.
Eastern
for sure.
Sounds is it accessible as like
musically?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
It's not weird at all. It has, he does some minor scale stuff that sounds like, Indian music or whatever, but it's very accessible compared to like some other things he did.
Yeah. That blue one was in 68, Brandon.
68.
Yeah, 68.
Eastern Sounds is essential.
Carlos, if you really want like a accessible Yusef Lateef, this is it. That was originally on Verve. They do like it's just really beautiful playing. Who is on there? It's Yusef Lateef, Curtis Fuller, Hugh Lawson, Ernie Farrow, and Louis Hayes. It's just really good. And yeah, Vinyl Me Please. I want to say it was 500 copies, but it's excellent.
Damn.
But if it's a Verve, I think you might be able to find.
No, you won't be able to find.
Okay, all right.
There's 3 copies of the OG for $50 a piece, and they're all G condition.
Wow.
So it must be a good record. People play the fuck out of it.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, I think it's definitely more accessible than Eastern Sounds to me. You know.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Well, that let's see. Vinyl plays exclusive pressing. You can get a brand new copy of that for $65.
Oh damn.
Or more like 80 with shipping.
Yeah.
It looks like there's one from the US for 85 with shipping. So I mean, if you really, really want that, you can get it. They also have Chet Baker for the Chet Baker Sings for $300. The same seller. Jeez. That kind of shit will get reissued at some point, though.
Yeah, it has to. So Nicole, you saw Yusef Lateef at Fillmore West opening for Santana.
This was like a sick show, man. 1969. Lots of drugs.
Wow.
I don't know why you're still big. I guess we just want to watch you drink wine.
Yeah. And live at Peps, I have the LP, but they did on CD. They issued Live at Peps, and then they issued Live at Peps Volume 2, which I mean I don't know if I'm assuming there's vinyl out there on it. I'm not sure, but I've never seen it. But that's such a great live recording.
Yeah, I'm interested in that one. I
think the second volume is just on CD.
I
think because they do it a double, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you have a chance to watch our Village Vanguard video yet, Brandon?
No, I thought that was tonight.
No.
I asked Mike what's going on. He's like, "Oh, I guess we're gonna do more Village or some." No, I haven't seen the Village Vanguard.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. I was just gonna say.
I got all my Village Vanguard records out.
I was like, "Oh, you do? Yeah, cool. Show."
No, I didn't grab them all. I just grabbed a few because I was just like, I thought
it's a companion piece.
I thought that tonight was going to be the Village Vanguard.
No, no, shows them because yeah, that would be great.
No, I asked Mike what the theme was, and I must have misunderstood.
Mike misunderstood. John Chamberlain, thank you. We enjoyed recording it.
I only grabbed 4. I grabbed my
oh yeah.
And this is I used to have an original, but it's kind of beat up. This is a like 65 Orpheum.
Yeah.
But it's perfect. Because that's the thing is, if you don't have a clean copy of these 2 records, it doesn't sound great because it's so quiet.
It's so quiet.
Quiet recording. So you need to have. So I have super clean. I sold my originals and got other stuff because they were just too beat up. And then this
sold a beat up. I sold a VG copy of Everybody Digs Bill Evans.
I said a couple weeks ago. I'm still loving it.
Yeah, that's better than the other one.
Get up,
Get go,
the get go,
yeah,
and then here's another one. And I didn't grab the Sonny Rollins because everyone's got the Sonny Rollins, or the Coltrane. But I grabbed those 4 because I thought we were going to talk about the Village Vanguard.
Well, that Art Pepper, man, we can talk about that all night. That shit is great.
Well, you know what I didn't realize? I was because I didn't realize that there was a Friday and a Thursday. So I'm always seeing then I finally was like, wait a minute, I think I have Thursday. So now I realize I have to go get Friday.
There's Saturday too.
And Saturday.
Yeah.
And didn't they do a CD of Sunday or something like that?
It was the one I think it's actually I guess is it
Wednesday?
It's one called More for Less.
And it was Japanese first, right?
Yeah, and then I have the CD of that. Well, I
there's a copy of Friday at one of my shops, so I'm gonna grab it.
Yeah, for sure. That's cool. But Mike, you were talking about.
It looks.
What's the name of the first song on that one, Brandon? Because I listened to that the other night after we recorded that video.
Valse triste, which means sad waltz.
What was the tune that you liked, Mike?
Oh, Las Cuevas de Mario.
Yeah, that's the first one. I think on maybe Friday.
That must be on
That
Friday.
song is fucking great, man.
Isn't it? It's just freaking amazing.
Yeah, it's really good.
This group, and the sound of this has really good sound.
Yes.
Yeah.
It has great sound, so they did a good job. But
yeah, exactly. On drums,
before I grabbed it, I don't know, because they're kind of ones that I listen to a lot.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, I misunderstood. I thought we were talking about the. It's like, when are we going to start talking about the Village Vanguard? How comes everybody leaving?
That's funny.
Felipe, are you there? Are you with us, buddy?
Felipe, did you fall in the well? Hello.
Tim Lassie. Timmy fell in the well.
I thought I was kicked out. No,
No, you disappeared.
Don't do any barking. My dogs will go crazy.
No.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just wrapping up the dishes. I'm all by myself.
Yeah, I'm surprised my dog hasn't come out here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh.
I just gave them some peanut butter. They're sleeping.
What'd you put in the peanut butter, man?
Well, some MDMA and some Quaaludes.
I'm gonna eat some of your peanut butter. It sounds awesome.
I'd like to have some dog Quaaludes.
Yeah, there ain't no Quaaludes no more, man. They don't even make that shit anymore.
What was a Quaalude? What was the drug?
It was a drug that was sold as like a mood type thing.
Wasn't it like sodium benzoyl or something?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
But people started doing them and just abusing them because they were awesome, apparently. And they didn't really have a medical purpose. So they quit selling them.
I took one once in college with alcohol. It was fun as hell. I could barely walk through a door.
Drugs are pretty awesome, man. You shouldn't.
I was on the couch. This was a long time ago, but yeah, I think I could barely move.
Yeah.
Oh, I felt like that before.
You did Quaaludes before too, Felipe?
No, never. But I kind of felt like that.
They got some nice dental drugs that you get on the side.
Oh shit!
No, but the best stuff. I mean, I didn't do it, but some folks in my class, biochemistry lab.
I did not inhale.
Biochemistry lab. Every week, the yellow chloroform would disappear. From the biochemistry lab. It was kind of funny. Yeah.
JE got Thursday nights. That's cool. Oh, I think I already said that, but
So
that was a fun video. I want to do some other stuff like that.
Yeah.
You
know. Mike bought the Japanese version, Chris. Those two are.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, you know, it's funny though. That record, the exact same one, was in my cart for like 6 months.
Yeah, you lost out. Oh.
And then he told me I was gonna buy some. Man, go ahead. I don't procrastinate that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, just do it. I mean, I have volume 2, so I was like, yeah, that might get the 3, and eventually I'll get the other ones.
Yeah, I've got those 3, and 2 of them are really good. The other one's kind of beat up, but I would buy a box if they did, if like Kraft did a AAA, if it was recorded AAA. I don't know, probably was.
So you know the record.
They could do a box, man.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
When's that Sonny Rollins come out? Like in a couple of weeks? Sonny Rollins Way Out West.
Yeah, I got the middle. Is it the middle of June or something like that? Yeah, sometime in June.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, that's
Man, that Way Out West is so good. It's so.
That's like one of my favorites.
But you know, one of my favorite contemporaries is actually Brandon's suggestion. I got For Real.
I like all the contemporaries. I think.
And then I got For Real. I got an eBay one. The cover is kind of beat up, but the record.
For Real's incredible. That record is so good.
And then
I want that on vinyl.
Yeah. And they were talking about Hampton Halls, and it said, man, you should listen to Green Leaves because it's even better. And then I found an OJC, which I paid like $20 for it.
Yeah, the gems are the stereo contemporary black label deep grooves or green label deep grooves sound incredible, and there are a lot of times they're cheaper than the monos, and they sound better than the monos actually. So if you see get it just anytime you see a deep groove stereo.
Oh yeah.
on Contemporary, grab it.
Yeah. So
Hampton Hawes, I don't have a. I have one of the second pressings, but that's in my top 10.
Oh yeah.
Or at least top 20 trio records for sure.
So yeah. So I'm not sure if you remember, Brandon, but I had my OJC copy Green Leaves. I was super happy with that.
No, but you found it.
And then I was at the store, and then one day I was at the store here. I text you shot a picture of OG Black Label Contemporary for like $25.
I know, and I should have said, "Yeah, buy it for me" instead of buy it.
Because like, man, it came with 25.
JE, we did a whole show about Art Pepper stuff with Rob like a month ago. His Galaxy stuff is awesome, and then yes, we're all hoping that they do a Shelly Man at the Black Hawk box. That would be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be sweet. But
the Shelly Man contemporaries are kind of notoriously cheap. They're great,
right?
And the Revens.
I think my most expensive contemporary was probably way out west. I think.
Yeah,
for sure.
And the with Paul Chambers, Art Pepper, Paul Chambers. I'm forgetting
rhythm section.
No,
it's rhythm section.
The super famous one.
Contemporary.
Yeah. Art Pepper meets the rhythm section.
That's what I just said, literally.
Oh, what did you say?
Meets the rhythm section.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. What about all the contemporary stuff that Chad's putting out? I know a bunch of us did a video on it. We kind of shit on the list, but
and then I think one came out today.
Yeah, the Leroy Vinegar came out.
No, the Andre Previn.
Oh, I don't want that one.
Oh, yeah, the Andre Previn, yes.
Well, the thing is,
West Side Story.
Yeah.
Well, why are you gonna pay? Well, no,
yeah,
actually, I love those musical ones. The musical trios for
that
like
really good.
They're great holiday music, but why would you pay $40 if you can go grab like a mint one for 10?
Can you though?
Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. They're in fact look on Discogs. I mean, I see them all the time. I bet you could find a mint West Side Story or a not mint but like a strong VG plus for $10.
Yeah. This one here was $5.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Well,
I was
This is really good. This is really good.
That's a good
Yeah, and the West Side Story is probably 10, right?
Yeah, but one of my favorite contemporaries, I'm not going to show a Sonny Rollins, but this one here, I bought it for the cover. I never even knew anything about it. I saw a post, I get to buy it, but the music is up to par.
Oh yeah, that might be a $30 one now.
Yeah,
that one's
I have that one. That one's a good record. Yeah,
isn't it good?
That's Leroy Vinegar and
the Andrew Previn record can be bought in VG Plus condition for $10 on Discogs right now.
That's I mean, if you look around, you might find a VG Plus for $5. It's definitely worth $10.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna, buy a reissue for $40.
I mean, I think
I get all of those when I see them cheap.
Yeah, but I think the Leroy Vinegar is a little rarer to find.
Yeah, they're not $40 though. They're like $28. It's the craft series, so they're not as expensive.
Well, he has Leroy Walks Again.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
And then he has the other one's like something about walking too.
Yeah, I have it here. I'll go pick it up.
Like Leroy Walks, but he has one. I'm telling you, this record's so good. Let me look in my vinegar section.
Do you have like any balsamic over there, or? I knew Mike would laugh at that stupid joke.
So here it is, Jazz Gate.
Oh shit! Hang on, flip over you big.
Yeah. That's the one, right, Brandon?
What?
Jazz Great Walker.
Oh, that's it. And what is that on? What label is that
it's on VJ.
That's on VJ. That record is cheap and awesome.
Yeah.
It's got his what's the first track called again? Get
Doing the thing.
doing the thing. And just starts out with this badass like bass line that just goes. And that record is probably even at maybe Chris, can you see how much that one's going for? It's Jazz's Great Walker on VJ.
Oh.
It's a really good record.
I think I might have got mine for free. I'm not sure.
I probably sent it to you. It's when I see that record cheap, I grab it and I'll send it to someone, and I'm sure I sent it to Felipe because I have like a mint copy.
This is really good.
But it's just one of those records. The same with that J-Roo, you know. It's
not
like
a $20 record for VG Plus.
Okay. Still.
Yeah.
For $20, it's a steal.
Oh yeah.
That record's awesome. I wish we could just play the beginning because it just starts off so good.
I'll have to buy it and I'll play it on my Twitch stream.
It's got one of those bass lines that just starts off really good.
I was just looking at that record too, Matthew. The Horace Silver at the Village Gate doing the thing. Yeah. It's a cool tune. I don't know. There's some other shit that I want to get though from that contemporary series. Maybe just a few records.
Oh yeah, that's a good number.
So much good. They should have done so much better shit though. Like we bitched about for an hour on Rob's.
Yeah.
God dang it.
But I love the contemporaries.
Mm-hmm.
I should have been there so I could have said no.
Yeah, I was like, "What are you doing?" But
Roy Dunan is kind of the unsung hero of the West Coast.
No, and it's cool that Bernie's like remastering the shit that Roy Dunan, did because Bernie mastered a bunch of that shit too. He learned from Roy.
Well,
they were
all
on
the
the table, so it's
Hampton
cool.
Hawes are great. The Hampton Hawes are all fantastic.
They are all great.
The Art Peppers are all good. There's some later ones that I was kind of surprised that Dunan still did. I think he did some of the 70s ones and even into the early 80s. There's Chico Freeman, which is actually quite good. But that record's pretty cheap.
Check this out. I bought these. I haven't listened to them yet.
Woody Shaw, both the Woody Shaws should be redone.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I got all these Hampton Hall's contemporary records all back. This one,
I think those are great.
Yeah.
These three, the three of these. Two of them are OGCs and one of them's an OG. Just an OG.
Yeah, all great.
Yeah.
And let's see. The Trio one. Oh, the 4 is pretty good with Billy Man.
Oh yeah, I have an OG of that. That I mean, like I said, that was just dirt cheap.
But this one's good. This is Hampton Hawes. It's great.
I love that. That was the first Hampton Hawes I ever purchased.
This one's a little old fashioned, but still
I have that one too. Yeah.
This record is just. I still play this record all the time.
I have that one too.
That's the one I think that's the one they should have reissued. I think
I have a mono and a stereo because I like it so much. But I'm also a big Scott LaFaro fan. And Harold Land. I'm a huge Harold Land fan.
Yeah,
this is
amazing.
I got a mono and a stereo. This has got the cool, dark,
nice,
sexy label. But I love this record. And I love Green Leads of Summer too. So those
that's
are probably
the one I don't have that I want because I've heard that's really good. So
you can just get. I mean, I have the whatever the '80s reissue contemporary, and it sounds great. So those contemporaries that they when they reissued them in the early '80s, they have really good sound.
That's true, Jay. Those records aren't cheap. I wanted like $30 a piece for them or something. The OJCs, maybe a little more. I got about. I don't take like 20% off.
Well, I mean, a lot of those records, like For Real, was a $30 record 5 years ago, and now it's probably like $90 record. So
I have that one.
For Real's great.
Yeah. Let's see.
Isn't there a Harold Land on? Yeah, Land.
Yeah. Fox?
No, the Fox is on. They reissued it on Contemporary.
Yeah.
On Hi-Fi. The Fox was on Hi-Fi Jazz. No, it's Land.
Yeah.
The Land. What is it? I'll find it.
I couldn't find for real. I don't know where it is.
Yeah.
I'll find it one day.
Harold in the Land of Jazz. This is
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
and this is no longer cheap, but this is a great another good contemporary. There's so many good contemporaries.
The Barney Kessel.
Oh yeah,
Standards. Those records are great.
Well, actually, there's one later that's kind of funky. That's like a late '60s Barney Kessel, has his face on the front, like his big mug, and that one's really cool too. Yeah, there's a ton of good contemporaries.
Yeah, exactly. Zero. We would all welcome that to be released instead of some of those shit like Andre Previn, dude. Like, release this instead of that Previn West Side Story.
Yeah. And then there's another. I don't. Well, I guess it was first released in '87, but it's on Contemporary. Hampton Hall's The Sermon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
How much is it?
That's after he passed, right?
Yeah. It was first released in '87, but it's Leroy Vinnegar, Stan Levy. It was engineered by Dunan. It's really good. Really good.
Yeah, they really should redo these.
Oh well, yeah.
So if he's gonna do contemporary, he should do Blackstone Legacy and that Harold Land. And,
he doesn't like the music, so
yeah, that's probably what it is.
And well, they did the Art Peppers, so it's all the early stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Just the swinging beat, the swinging hard bop.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. Actually, not that much. There was an '88 version of Way Out West on OJC.
Oh, that's wrong, Joe.
You can get a mint copy for like $26.
That's just
that's fair. Wrong, but fair.
Yeah, Marty Kessel's not a good-looking man.
He's not a hot dude.
Oh.
Did he do stuff with Oscar Peterson, right? Didn't he play with Oscar Peterson?
No, I think he's thinking of Joe Pass.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm thinking of Joe Pass. No, Kessel's got the later contemporary that's got his face on it. With like a yellow background. That's a really good.
The pole winner. Oh, you know, my favorite one of his that I have it's called Contemporary Latin Rhythms. It came out in '63 on Reprise.
Yeah,
it's a fucking great record, man. Really good record. You've killed poor Mike.
Easy.
He played with. Let's see.
Who's that? Kessel? You talking?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Bernie
Kessel played some with Oscar Peterson. I've got a record that he played on with him.
Oh,
okay, I thought you were thinking of I was thinking of the Pablo.
No, they did. They actually played together a lot, from what I remember. Let me look. Yeah, they had a trio with NHOP for a while. Really good shit. Really good shit.
NHOP.
Let's see if I can. I don't know if I can find that Bernie Kessel.
You know what I didn't buy yet that I need to buy is the AP Night Train Oscar Peterson record. I really need to get that.
Yeah, that's really good.
That's a solid record.
Yeah. I have a beat up copy of it. 2 beat up copies of it.
So you should be able to find a pretty good copy for not too much.
I'm just gonna buy a perfect copy for $30, man.
Oh no, probably by summer sales it's gonna be a $15 record.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just saying they pressed a lot of that originally.
Right.
It's not hard to find, but
Well,
I think it's smart.
Yeah, I pulled some
Smart to buy a brand new $30 record. That sounds like it's totally worth it.
Yeah, nowadays it is. Yeah. Okay, so I found some contemporaries here. This is an OG.
Yeah.
Oh,
No shit.
I just love that record.
That's the OG mono. It sounds spectacular.
Is it expensive or is it the stereo that costs more?
Man, I paid like $60 many years ago.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah, I think I paid like 60.
Yeah.
For that.
So some contemporaries. Now the Hampton Hall is. I think Brandon probably showed them this one, right, Brandon?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
This is really good. But it's not. It's a kind of very flat, dull. This one just nails everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the as we're talking that
That set that cool beginning too.
Yeah, this is good. It's called a file, and Green Leaves of Summer. That's the OG as well. It's beautiful. It plays. It looks and plays great.
Which one is that? I was reading the chat.
Sorry, Chris. That's Green Leaves of Summer.
Yeah, that's the one I want. That cover's really cool looking. I love it.
That record's so soothing. That record's so nice to just put on and relax.
Oh yeah. And you know, not sure. Speaking of Scholar of Fire, Mike, I was today I was in the chapter, chapter one. What kind of blue on So What? And not kind of blue exactly, but towards the end, and it talks about Bill Evans. There's a passage. There's an interview with Eddie Gomez.
Yeah.
Was it Eddie Gomez? No, it was Paul Motion. He said they were all set up to record some songs with Miles, the trio plus Miles, and because of Death was called the Fire, everything was like that would have been really cool. I was surprised. I never listened. I never heard anything about that. You know, so there's an interview there.
Yeah, that would have been nice. And just like it would have been nice. Let this fire truck go past. If Miles had, I don't know if it would have worked, but it sounds in concept. If Miles would have done some stuff with Ahmad Jamal, as much as he in a way I don't think it would have worked. But as much as Miles admired Ahmad Jamal, and but I don't, I just got a feeling it wouldn't have worked. But it would. I just in a way I think it would have been nice, but yeah.
Too individual.
Yeah. I don't think
Two direction.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I just can't see it working in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be.
Especially the 70s Jamal when he starts getting a little more groovy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So.
Just
But I mean, he was able to work with Joe Zawinul, so briefly.
Yeah. You never know. It might have worked.
Yeah.
No.
No, but Jamal. So I actually saw locally here this Jamal record that just came out, Extensions. I think it was in the Verve by Request. Some of those reissue series now.
Oh.
Yeah. Was it Extensions? No, sorry. Is that one the white cover that just came out?
Oh, the Verve. Oh, yeah.
It's something like Extension Dimension, something like this.
The one that everyone's complaining about.
The Awakening?
The Awakening, yeah.
Yeah, the one that everyone's complaining about.
Yeah.
Because I just think it's I don't know, maybe there's like inconsistent quality on the pressing. Because I mean, my vinyl, I think my problem with it is the mastering of it. I'd rather listen to my CD of that than the vinyl.
Right.
I just think that I don't know. I just think that my vinyl is just flat. Some people are complaining about the quality, and the quality is fine. I just have a problem with the remastering. I just don't. I don't think it's blah. You know, I think it takes away from the music. It's like, you know, I'd rather I'll listen to my CD if I want to get the real the feel of the dynamics of the music. And I don't think I'm getting that from the vinyl remastered version of it.
Yeah, many times that happens. True.
Yeah, but
I mean,
some people are just complaining about they're just saying that their vinyl is bad and the pressing is bad or whatever. So there might be some consistency problems with Third Man. But I've never had I haven't had any problem with my Third Man vinyl.
I'm a subscriber to Third Man since like the year 2006.
Yeah.
I only had 2 records returned or exchanged so far.
Yeah.
They come dirty. They come in paper. You have to clean. I mean everything, but pressing quality, I have no issue.
Yeah, no, I just got the was it last week the Archie Shepp Kwanzaa.
You got the color.
My own the record is fine. I think they did the cover and stuff like that. That's all. The jacket is crap. But that doesn't bother me that much.
The Awakening record cover is shit too.
Yeah, but the vinyl, my vinyl is fine. I enjoyed it, except I really don't like the first cut on that album, but everything else, and that has nothing to do with the Third Man pressing. But yeah, no, I have no problems with mine. It sounds really good. No issues with the vinyl. I don't even think it was clean. It wasn't dirty or anything like that. No issues with it.
Yeah. Yeah. On the Rick Rubin podcast, Mike, I was telling you about this, and also a really great interview with Jack White, and he's talking about how to, set up a pressing plan nowadays, how he got equipment and everything. It's quite interesting. There's he's got some old ones, but they're all like pretty much destroyed in the 90s.
Yeah.
So whatever he can, he finds, he buys, he repurposes them. But the new ones, they're like mostly mechanic. There's not like a guy operating them. Everything is timed, the machines. And he was talking about those. So he said, they work good. It's fine. It's amazing because you can have really a consistency there.
Yeah.
But they take a lot of space in the plant compared to a regular one. They just looks like a pharmacy scale, pretty much, right? Same kind of footprint.
Yeah, still got a bunch of presses he hadn't even rebuilt yet, I bet, because he bought a shit ton of them.
Oh yeah,
4 or 5 years ago, like 20 presses.
Yeah, the problem is, let's say you're gonna buy an amazing Tube M from 1949. How are you gonna fix it if you need to? That's really hard.
Yeah.
Plus, finding right people to train the new people to actually put it to work. Sometimes it might be.
Well, that's what I wonder if Kevin Gray has an apprentice.
I think he kind of
because he's not going to live forever.
No.
Right.
I think it's supervised people there.
Huh?
I think there are people like rotating, interning there or something. People rotate quite a lot, from what I heard. So
right, but he's kind of. There's not that. There used to be a lot of guys that could do what he could do, and there's just not that many anymore.
Yeah.
You hope he's passing it on.
Yeah, because like Rudy had and they actually own the studio. I think they own it now. Maureen Sickler.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. She trained under Rudy, and now she's done. I have some recordings that were done at Van Gelder Studios that she did the work on. and but she trained under Rudy.
Chris Bellman's out at Bernie's place,
Oh yeah.
He hasn't done that much jazz stuff though, does he? Bellman, it seems like he's done more like rock pop stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that
rock and pop pretty much. I think.
You got Ryan, of course.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I know like some of the the engineers, at least here, like there's this one studio up here called Systems 2, and the engineer there, I'm assuming it's his son now runs it, but a lot of the recordings from the 80s and 90s were done were done there, and now it's under his son. So at least some people are having people under them do these run these studios and train under them. So at least that's good.
Mm-hmm. So Joe Marino has a point. I really like his work too, Joe. So Ryan Smith, I think he kind of works consistently on every field. I don't like all his stuff, but the ones that he got it right, man, it's amazing. Like those Coltrane, most of the Verve series, I like them.
I liked what he did with the Ornette for the Vinyl Me Please.
Oh yeah,
I think that's the best thing that he's done.
Who?
Ryan K. Smith. Shape of Jazz to Come, the mono Ornette. I think that's the best thing.
That stuff is amazing.
Well, he pretty much cut all of Chad's shit now. I mean, as far as the Bird series goes.
Yeah,
but it's funny, like he studied under what is it, George Marino? That's the guy who trained him, that he apprenticed under. And you listen to something that George Marino did and something that Ryan Smith did, if there's a difference in style, and I prefer George Marino to Ryan. I just think, I don't know, the musicians, the instruments are a little more forward on the George Marino stuff than
I was gonna say that, Mike. I think Ryan Smith kind of mastering is a little more rolled off, right?
Yeah.
On both ends, it's very smooth, mellow.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I think for that Johnny Hartman record, for example, worked amazing. But
that's probably why Chad uses them, because that's all he wants to release anyway.
Yeah, but he also, he works with, the most of his pop records now, the top of the charts, he makes them. And to be honest, the last record store day, the Taylor Swift sounds better than most of the jazz records. He did a great job there.
Yeah.
Did you get one of those and keep it, Felipe, the Taylor Swift?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You might say what you want. The music is not great. I think she could craft a little more.
Mm-hmm.
But man, she's a great songwriter. Otherwise, you don't stay on top like 20 years almost, right?
Yeah.
That long?
At least you're doing something right.
Mm-hmm.
She could be more creative, but she's a great songwriter. She knows how to write catchy songs.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what sells in the end.
It's hilarious.
What's up, Mike?
Guys, how's it going?
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to a little Rihanna earlier. She's also a fantastic songwriter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's something I got.
What, Rihanna?
Of course. I have some cool stuff I want to show.
They're sold out. You can probably buy Rihanna from the Canadian collection with a discount now.
No, there you go.
Yeah.
Riri.
Mm-hmm.
I picked this up. There was a used copy and it was super clean. This is the one from, I think this is like 2008. Good Girl Gone Bad. What year is that? That was a while ago.
I don't know.
I can't see.
Yeah, I can't either, dude. Getting old sucks.
Well, I actually believe that the type is getting smaller. It's not me. Just putting the date smaller. Anyway, this is the one that has all the hits. Has the hits.
All right, I have some serious heat coming in.
Is this the one you ever? Do you have the one you refused to tell us about yet?
Yes, but I'm not showing that. I'm going to make a video of it.
Oh, sweet, maybe video. Yes.
The only person who knows about it is Rob, because Rob has a record that I hope he has not sold, because it would make the video awesome.
Is it a special Bob James touchdown?
Yes.
It doesn't matter if you guys guess it. I'll just deny everything.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really good.
All right, you want to see some cool stuff?
Yeah.
Sure.
Unless it's short now.
We'll be the judge of that.
The best.
Cool to you, maybe.
This is one of the best, maybe my best pickup of the year.
Really?
Like I said, we'll be the judge of that.
This week.
Strata East.
Oh, cool.
Okay. All
Music Inc.
This record sucks. I know it.
Not only an OG, not only the OG, which is in ridiculously good condition.
Signed by the band.
It's a promo. I don't know if you see the stamp.
No, can't.
No.
But I believe it's.
That doesn't really matter. The music is fantastic. It sounds so good. So good. So good. So that's number one. So what do you guys think of this? Do you guys have this?
No.
I do. Well, Felipe has my copy.
I know. It should be
Oh,
getting
that's
there.
right. Yes.
He's flattening it. He's flattening my.
So this is Charles Tolliver, which if you collect the Tone Poets, he was on that new Andrew Hill. He's a trumpet player. He's outstanding. He's one of the co-founders of Strata East. And he's just awesome. He's
With Stanley Cowell.
great trumpet player. Like, you know how I used to be obsessed with whatever his name is? Well, now it's Charles.
Clifford Brown?
No, I'm still obsessed with him.
No, I'm reading Joe.
Carmel Jones. All right, come on. So, Stanley Cowell, okay. So he's on piano, and then Cecil McBee bass, and then Jimmy Hops drums, and it's just so killer, so good.
So someone asked earlier when the nighttime part of the show starts. It's now. Obviously, right now.
All right, next
Starts
one.
The Tollivers.
Next one.
Tolliver's Travels.
What do you guys think about this?
I don't know it, so I don't know.
This is Airtime, Henry Threadgill, Fred Hopkins, Steve McCall. This is on Nessa. So that label there.
Yeah.
And I just got a art ensemble record from Nessa.
Mm-hmm.
So
Roscoe Mitchell's on Nessa too.
yeah.
Isn't he? So isn't he art ensemble?
He's no Lester Bowie and him are
Okay.
No, you said Roscoe Mitchell.
Roscoe Mitchell.
Yeah. Roscoe Mitchell, Don. Gosh, there's so many people in there.
There's a lot of people.
Yeah.
He's a
But you met Fred Hopkins is on there. Years ago, I went to see David Murray at Vanguard. Fred Hopkins was playing bass, and then like afterwards, I was talking to David Murray because his wife at the time, who's a photographer, who still is a photographer, was supposedly putting out a book. So I was talking to David Murray about it. And I almost fell backwards over Fred Hopkins' bass that was like laying on the floor, and Murray grabbed me.
Were you gonna break it?
No, I just would have just, it was laying down. The tent was over. I just would have fell over, and I just would have been super embarrassed.
Well, it'd be more embarrassing if you fell on the bass.
Oh yeah.
You're more embarrassed to be.
Can we talk about the style of this music? I'll probably do a terrible job at explaining it because I just am terrible at explaining it.
I think it's very airy.
It is. So first of all, he was thinking. So Henry Threadgill. This is kind of his group. Not kind of. It is his group, and he was thinking of what the name was. The name Air came to him in a dream, and basically, like, they play with a lot of space. Like, everybody kind of is clearly defined and kind of operating like equally, between the trio. It's really I don't know how else to explain it. It's definitely not like some traditional like jazz. It's they're experimenting with a bunch of different stuff, but it's really cool.
What year is that, Mike?
78.
Okay.
This pressing
There
at
you
least
go.
is 7. I think it's a first press. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I never saw the Zego.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Next one. All right, we're going. We're
I'm right here.
we're in the.
Still.
So do we know this?
Is that the reissue?
Of
The
course,
ESP.
yeah. Look how clean.
Well, it's still clean.
Yeah, this is ESP disc. This is Henry Grimes Trio, and Henry Grimes. I can't think of it right now, but he's on a few records we all have for sure.
I have one of his. I can't remember which
And
one.
so he's leader with Perry Robinson clarinet and then Tom Price drums. So it's a trio, clarinet, bass drum. And he's the bass player, and it's it's all over the. It's not all over the place, but it's like very much like I don't know if experimental is the right word, but
Free.
it's free. It's pretty free, but it's not like necessarily like harsh. I think this is probably a good free record to get into, because I think the first whole side is basically him like playing bass.
Whoa.
Hey, Ken.
Ken's in the comments. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Ken?
You should join us if you want to.
Drop a link.
Mhm.
Okay, and then I have 2 more things to show. These I picked up today. This is a 10-inch Oscar Peterson.
Ooh.
This is a first pressing from 52 on Mercury.
Mm-hmm.
I listened to it earlier. My favorite song on it was the hell was it? It was it's a song Sinatra does all the time.
Of course.
Lover. Well, he didn't do it all the time. He did it on Columbia for sure, a couple of times. And it's on that Impex reissue, if you guys pick that up. But yeah, so he does a cool rendition of it because he kind of stays true to the theme and chorus, but then he just goes like crazy when it comes to like the soloing.
Who's on that record with him?
It's just Oscar Peterson.
Oh, it's just solo piano?
Yeah, solo piano, 10-inch. It's on Mercury, which this came out before the Clef version. There's a 53 version on Clef. Mercury's the 52. I thought Clef would have been earlier, but it's not. And I think Norman Grand was involved in this. All right, and then one more, and this was the worst one. And I was complaining to you guys about it earlier.
Oh, you just don't like Keith Jarrett.
That's it. Then if that's what it means. I just did not like his vocalizing. He vocalizes when he plays, and
it's the trio basically. It's the trio.
But it doesn't have Jan Garbarek, does it?
No. It's just Dejanet and
Gary
Peacock.
Yeah. So I got this for $5. It's clean. It plays great, but I don't know. It was just really hard to listen to.
My ex-girlfriend.
I'll take that off your hands.
Yeah.
Okay.
My girlfriend in college, when I'd play the Cone concert, it'd drive her crazy. She hated.
She hated that on that.
Huh? He does a lot of.
Oh,
he does
God.
a lot of. Oh.
I forget that. Good.
Just
bother
All right,
me.
well, that's everything. All right, get me off this thing. Ken, are you coming up? Let's go.
Mike was talking about Roscoe Mitchell, and I guess during a few months ago, I want to say it's maybe starting in March. He had an art exhibit in Chicago of all of his paintings, and they put out this book. And it's actually really good. It's his from 63 to 2022, and it's actually great. And the gallery that did this is Corbett versus Dempsey, and they have a record label, and they put out some really great stuff. And they do some limited vinyl releases that are excellent. But this is a great book. Let me see.
Important comment, Joe. Thank
A
you.
large photograph. Like here's like this is all great stuff. But this is, and I think they were in New York. They may still be in New York. They're doing an exhibit of his work here too. So because they had posted it online, and I told the guy that I was going to show up. So I might, if it's still here, I'm going to head down and check it out maybe this weekend.
So when are you going to do the video about this other record, Mike?
Well, I want Rob to double check that he has the other record, and then so he's got to get back from his trip.
This is your favorite part of the show, Joe? When Carolina
Taking a bath right now, and the bathroom is right next to this.
I love the name, the old gauze flap. Holy shit!
But Chris, don't forget, I still have my silver bullet.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a hot.
Ken, did you see my haul?
I saw it. Yeah.
Let me show Ken what I got if he didn't see it. I got the Strata East.
You're already showing the same records more than one.
Well, this is for Ken. So Strata East Music Inc. Live at Slugs Volume 1. Excellent. OG. I got the Air on Nessa. It's the Henry Threadgill group.
How would you describe that?
Airy. This is oh my god, I can't remember this guy's name.
Henry Grimes.
Henry Grimes, thank you. Henry Grimes Trio on ESP. One of his like 2 or 3 lead records. This terrible ECM.
Ken's gonna disown you now.
And then this Oscar 10-inch solo. 52. Come on.
I want to show you a record you should buy, Mike, since you weren't here earlier.
All right, come on.
This is Ronnie Cooper on Xanadu.
Okay.
He's a baritone player. It's fucking awesome, dude. I think I paid $8 for it.
Oh, that's a good Xanadu cover too.
Yeah, it is.
That's cool.
Mike, you missed all of our hauls.
So what was the did you guys talk about the new triple analog? The hell is it?
It's the Rhino shit?
The whole train.
Yeah. Did you guys talk about that?
Yeah.
Are we all getting it? They're doing what's the Coltrane called? What is it?
Coltrane Sound?
Right. And that's a posthumous?
No.
No.
No. Okay.
Someone was Atlantic Records.
There's like a Sonny Stitt cover that looks just like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right? There's like a few of them.
Artist.
Welcome to 2 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know the artist? Let's take a look. We're not going to figure this out.
I just want to show one thing, and not one thing, but this is Brian Blade's group.
Oh yeah, I've been looking at that. How is it?
I like it. It's the complete version of Hutchison's Now, and then there's some Brian Blade recording. But part of the reason I wanted to show this is his this is on Brian Blade's own label, and a lot of his previous recording, a few of his previous recordings, he's gotten the rights have reverted back to him, and he's reissuing them on this label. It's called Stoner Hill, and I think soon they actually have a new release coming out on the label, and one of the guys, it's the Fellowship group of his. This isn't Fellowship, but they have a new release coming out on Stoner Hill. I can't remember the title right off the top of my head, but yeah. And I know Mark Lastman had mentioned it. That's how I ended up picking it up. So I mean, nice. I like Brian Blade a lot, and one of the guys in one of his groups. When I was in college, we worked together at a law library. And Melvin Butler, who plays tenor in the Fellowship, who teaches at the University of Miami.
Hang on, what am I doing? Oh. So listen to this, Mike. He said you need to listen to this other Keith Jarrett record. Matthew's saying that's what you need to do. He's a fucking
I'll
genius.
check it out. Yeah, no, that's an extremely famous record. I'll check it out at some point.
All right, guys.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Just chilling.
How's it going, Dave?
I'm good.
We had a stoner parking lot in high school. It was at the mall across the street from the. Here's a funny story.
Yeah.
So it's at the mall across the street from the high school, right? But we had this older guy named Mr. Nunn. That was his name, and he was the vice principal. And he always wore the same fucking suit. It was like a 70s suit where the jacket was like green and his pants were brown. So we called him the Tree. But he'd sit over there at the school with binoculars and like watch us smoking over at the fucking mall and call the cops and shit.
Principal Skinner.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Did he
Hey,
smell
you
like
guys care-
booze?
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
You care, guys, if I show you some recent finds?
Oh, of course. Don't be showing no Kenny G records, though, man.
What'd you say?
So don't be showing no Kenny G records, though, man.
You say that, huh? Well, I got some other. You guys know Chris from Record Talk.
Yeah,
I got some VLCT from him.
nice.
Bobby Byrne. Heard of
What
him?
label is that? What label is that? I've never heard of that guy.
Grand Award.
Okay.
Okay.
So much jazz records. So many fucking jazz records.
I haven't listened to it yet because I'm still working on some rock albums I got to rummage though.
Yeah.
Les Baxter.
That looks cool.
His only jazz album, I guess, from what I understand.
It's on Capitol.
Capitol Records, yeah.
What's
Do you
the
like
label
that?
look like?
I
What's
haven't
the
listened to
label
it
on
yet,
that?
but I
Yeah,
will.
let's do it. Okay. What's the
Dude.
label look like?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
What's the label look like on that last one?
Sorry. I got my book. Just a rainbow.
Okay.
I got a bunch of those.
That looks like an early one.
Good thing Rob's not here. That would definitely be too African for him.
And Buddy Morrow, big band artist.
Okay.
Big band guitar. That's on RCA. That's interesting.
Is that a mono? That looks like a mono. Yeah.
It's a mono, yeah.
Cool.
I have two. He's a good band leader, Buddy Morrow. I have 2 other albums by him.
Okay. Very nice.
Can I show you a few more real fast?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Thanks for coming, Ken. We look forward to seeing you when you get better and get well soon, buddy.
Yeah. See you, Ken.
Yeah, show whatever you want, man.
Hold on. Sorry. I'll just go real fast.
Brandon is not with us anymore.
Herbie Hancock.
Oh, that's a great record, dude. That's such a cool record.
I had this album once and I got rid of it, and now I found it again. It's a good album.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. That's like the first Herbie record I ever heard when I was a little kid.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember the video?
The video is fucking amazing, dude. Yes.
That was
The video is really cool. I think it won.
Cool.
I think it won like best video.
I think you're right.
I know he's not really jazz, but he's kind of Isaac Hayes.
That's cool.
I think his is great, dude.
Well, maybe. Yeah. At least I got Lena Horne album from the '60s.
Mm-hmm.
What's a Universal artist? Yeah.
United Artists, yeah.
The United artist. Yeah.
I think I showed some of this. Here's and what's his face? Shelly Man album.
Bells are ringing. So let's see the title.
Another one of those, that's another one of the
Oh yeah, cool.
super bargain contemporaries.
Yeah. Can we see the label on that one?
Sure, yellow.
Nice.
He's pretty good. I like Shelly
Right.
Man.
Romanos back in the day.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
mono. Got these. Nancy Wilson, Cannonball Adderley.
I have that record. Yeah.
That's a good
Cool.
one.
Yeah, I have
She's a
that
good
record.
singer. Let me turn my volume up. I'm hurrying.
You don't have to hurry, man. It's fine.
Duke Ellington, half.
Ooh.
Okay.
Now that is an interesting record, yeah.
Buck
Columbia.
side, yeah.
Bud Clayton's
Yeah.
awesome, man.
Does it say what year that is?
I feel
Well,
like 56.
I don't know.
No, I think
My
it's
price
early.
guide says maybe 56.
Yeah.
Does it say on there or no?
Oh yeah, duh. It was recorded at Newport, Rhode Island, July 6th to the 7th, 56, American Jazz Festival.
Suck on that, Mike. Said it was 56.
Yeah.
He said it was 66.
No, it didn't.
That's what I
It's
heard.
in the 50s. That's sweet, dude. I love that record. I got that about a
That's
month
a good
ago.
one.
Where'd you find that at?
All these jazz albums, there's this former retired insurance agent was selling albums at 2 different places around town.
Oh, that's cool.
So
That's awesome.
Hey guys, I gotta take these dogs out. I'm gonna listen in.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll talk with you guys later.
All right, see
2
you, man.
more.
Mike.
See you, Mike. Sarah Vaughan.
Oh, she's great, obviously, yeah.
It's one of her mid 60s albums where she covers recent songs from 65, 66.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's good. And another Grover Washington Jr.
Oh, I have that record. I like that record.
I have a few by him.
Yeah, they're everywhere, man. He sold a shit ton of records.
And hold on. You guys I never seen anyone show these. Ever heard of this? Hindsight Records.
Glenn Gray and the Castle or Red and Eagles. No. Oh, that's some old school shit. That's like some 78 stuff, right?
The original for radio.
Radio broadcast. Interesting.
Yeah.
How does that sound? Have you listened to that one yet?
I'm slow. I haven't got around to listen to it yet.
Fine.
I found two Harry James on Hindsight.
Oh wow. I love Harry James.
Previously unreleased material.
So when did these come out? Is this like 60s stuff,
No.
you think? Or
Hold on. 77,
70s?
78, 1979.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, yeah, I've never seen those.
Okay. Oh,
Good night, Nicole.
that's all I got to show right now.
Nicole.
Thanks.
Awesome, man.
That's a good haul.
It was a good haul. Well,
Yeah, I got those Kenny G records from. Oh yeah, I told you who Chris from Record Talk. Yeah.
I'm just kidding about not showing Kenny G records.
Yeah, no problem. He's smooth.
Okay.
Well,
Hey, how you doing, Brandon? Nice
What's
to meet
happening?
you. Not much.
I'm sorry, I have my camera off, but I'm eating.
did you bring enough for everyone, man?
You having some spaghetti?
No, it's actually a burrito.
Oh, good.
We all got any other records to show or anything else on your minds?
Well, I was gonna say, this is another good contemporary. This is a second pressing.
Oh yeah, that's the one I'm missing.
Howard McGee. Maggie's back in town.
Oh yeah.
It's
Cool.
it's Shelly Man, Leroy Vinegar, and Phineas Newburn, and Howard McGee. And this is actually one of those like late '70s second pressing.
Was that on the Chad list? So it looks familiar to me.
I don't know.
Yes, I think it will, Chris.
I think it is. So that's cool.
I mean, this isn't. I think the original pressing is like, I want to say it's '66 or something like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But this is a
It's
like a late '70s pressing of the record, but it's pretty sweet. So there's a lot of contemporaries that are out there that would do well re-released.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I mean, I bought a lot of the ones that Chad did, I guess, last year. I mean, the 4 or 5 of them, I guess. Like the poll winners and stuff like that. I had OGs of like 3 of them, but they were all beat. They were beat to shit. So
yeah, that's the thing, right? Those contemporaries, it's hard to find a good shape. They sound great, but yeah.
Yeah, so it's hard to find them in good shape, especially if they're like quieter, cooler records, like some Hampton Halls and stuff. It's kind of like the Bill Evans stuff. If it's scratched up, it's going to sound even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But those parts where you need the silence, yes. If the records is like this, that doesn't work.
Oh shit! Got the nice bag rash whoosh going through the whole record.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
So many records like that, it's so irritating.
And you're like, man, let me run over there because I don't want my stylus running over it.
Yeah, Joe, the McGee Bethlehem stuff is pretty awesome.
Yeah. Agreed.
Oh yeah.
I got that. What's that one?
It was on Newland, right?
Yeah, that Newland one. Yeah, I don't remember what label that was on to begin with, though. Do you, Felipe?
He has one that people don't know that was on UA. I'll find it.
Too bad this isn't a hard rock channel. I found a lot of hard rock albums the past month.
That's good. Do you find the same guy or just random places?
Some of them from the same guy, the others from a church run myself just last weekend.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Found Ted Nugent and.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. It was Dusty Blue on Bethlehem. Duh. What's weird about those Newland records is they don't have the original labels on them. They're just like on Newland. It's kind of bizarre. I don't know if they're getting like the tapes from the artists' families or something, because maybe they own them instead of the companies, but it's interesting.
Here we go. This is a pretty killer Howard McGee that not a lot of people know. Nobody knows you when you're down and out on your way. And it's got 2 different bands, but it's Ron Carter, Jimmy Jones, and Art Taylor. And then the second band is Larry Ridley, Bill Porter, and Dave Bailey. And it's a really cool record. Half of it's one of the bands is trio with organ, and the other one's trio with piano. And then Howard McGee, of course.
Yeah, that looks cool. Yeah, Joe, I agree. The Newland ones do feel kind of gray market, but Kevin's cutting them all, so I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, Dusty Blue is the one on Bethlehem, and it's also on the British version is on Parlophone.
No, okay.
The Dusty Blue is amazing. You have it, right?
Yeah. I have the British one, stereo.
Yeah. Yeah, I have an OG stereo that is just so great, so great.
It's really good.
Let me pick up. Let's see.
Well,
Actually, I got one more. Here's a half rock and half jazz album by Jeff Beck.
oh, cool. I love Jeff Beck. What's it called?
Oh, there and back.
Oh, okay.
Has Jan Hammer on keyboards on 30 songs. I mean instrumentals. It's sort of jazzy, actually. I listened to it today.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely did. Blow by Blow has some jazz
Oh
elements.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
So Brandon, I just learned like a couple of days ago. I was listening to an interview. I didn't know. So Superstition. He wrote actually for Jeff Beck to be put in that record.
Oh, really?
And then when his agent heard the song and found out, he said, "No, you got to record it."
Yeah, for sure.
So when he wrote it for him, was that clavinet riff supposed to be on guitar?
The clavinet is on the Jeff Beck record. If
it is. So it was. He wrote it for clavinet.
Yes. So exactly, and he gave that song to Jeff Beck, and his agent told, "No way, you got to release yourself."
Okay.
And his version actually was released before Jeff Beck.
I like Stevie Ray's version of that too.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is anyone going to get the Gets Gilberto Impact stuff? Absolutely not.
I am, because there's going to be 1 or 2 extra songs.
Yeah.
I got one already. Yeah.
I have the AP45. It's fucking amazing. So,
I mean, I have an OG stereo, OG mono, the AP32 and AP45. There's no comparison. The originals, they sound like crap. They're really terrible. Don't buy an OG. I see people putting OGs on the internet for passing $100. Those records, they sound muffled under the water. They don't sound good. If you to Chad's 45 is.
What am I gonna do now?
You should buy the AP45 or the 1set. The AP45 is insane.
Yeah. Oh, the AP45.
It and Timeout are.
Oh yeah.
Fucking great.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what they did there, but whatever they did, it was just like perfection. It sounds they're right there in the room with you. You hear everything. It's just so good, so good.
Yeah, that's a good point, Joe. I mean, and Felipe was talking about this. The Acoustic Sound Series 33, I'm sure, is amazing too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The 45 is just. I don't know,
he has that extra sauce in there for sure.
A little bit of extra special sauce, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
A little more hatred between Getz and Gilberto.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I think there was not much hate. I tried to get some more, get better informed. I think there was no big issues with them because they actually recorded later other records, right? You have that one, right, Chris?
No, though, because that Getz Gilberto 2 was 2 different sides and they didn't play together on the record at all.
No, but there's a third one. His other wife is there.
Okay.
Yeah, where all 3 of them are on the cover, right?
Yeah,
They're made up then, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah, it's mostly Jobim compositions. That record is pretty good. He has another wife. He plays with Stan Getz again. I think Stan Getz most bigger issues, but I mean with the industry in general, right? He had so many trouble.
He got rich off that song, man.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Wasn't he kind of a piece of crap too?
Who Getz?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know he was a heroin addict for a long time. I don't know. I've heard some.
Well, when you're using, you're kind of a dick.
Yeah.
Everyone anyway, so that kind of happens.
Yeah, I mean, he was hard to deal with.
Yeah,
for sure. Not an easy dude. He was not like Herbie, Ron Carter. Always cool and nice.
Right. We asked Ron Carter if we could interview him, and they said no. So the maestro is busy. We're like, we figured. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's touring apparently, so he's going to play in New York at that jazz festival this summer, right, Mike?
I don't even know because I mean,
there's some jazz festival. It's I don't remember. If it's Blue Note Jazz Festival or something else.
Yeah, I think it's going to be New York, Chris. That's it. Yeah.
It was playing, but then they canceled the tour.
Yeah,
during the pandemic, and I didn't get tickets when he came back, so I kind of blew it.
Yeah, then he hurt his back and all that. So, but I guess he's doing better now. It's awesome. Whenever we lose him, there's no way we can do a live stream talking about every record he's on. It would be like a fucking
sounds like probably be torture for him. Every single record.
It'd take a week.
Yeah, he's definitely the most ubiquitous anyone I can think of.
I mean, yeah, he's been on over 2,000 jazz records. It's just insane. So crazy.
Seems like I thought he'd be on more than 2,000.
Well, it's like I think the last count I saw was like 2,100 or something. I don't know. Would have been higher than that. It's a lot of records, man.
Yeah. Ooh.
I mean, if it is 2,100, I know. That's easy.
Do you know how many? Since you have the numbers, Chris, do you know how many records Rudy Van Gelder recorded?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm looking up the number of that for Ron. Over 2,200. It's a Guinness World Record. So that means that dude, I mean, if you say it takes a day to record a record, right? If that's what you say, then it's taken Ron Carter spent literally 6 years in the studio of his life recording.
But
that's fucking nuts, you know?
Yeah.
Oh no, I've got too many windows open. I've lost you all now. What the fuck?
Huh? Oh.
I got too many windows open on my computer. I can't find the StreamYard thing.
But I think
literally.
Yeah. But Van Gelder probably did the first, but I think Kevin Gray probably worked like 3 times as many records as, Blue Note records as Van Gelder, right, at this point.
Who?
Kevin Gray. He probably did 3 times as many Blue Note records as Van Gelder did.
Well, if you count all the repeats he's done, shit, he's done Sidewinder like 4 or 5 times.
Just that one, yeah.
Weird. I mean, like he talked about it on a Michael 45 interview. I remember a couple of years ago, maybe whenever the Sidewinder Classic Series came out. He's like, "Yeah, I did it there. I did it for what else was it? The AP, maybe an AP or something in Music Matters Jazz, you know."
Oh yeah. 33, 45.
Yeah.
Speakers Corner, Impacts, MoFi. There's just so many redundancies. So much stuff that's just repeated.
Oh yeah, it is. It's crazy too. There's so much shit out there that should be reissued. I mean, I guess they want to sell shit. They want stuff that's going to sell though. So.
Oh yeah.
It's one of the contemporary stuff. I don't know how well that series is going to sell this year for Chad or for Kraft, I guess.
Probably not much, right?
I don't know. It feels like it's getting to the point where you're going to have to put out shit that people really want to compete because there's so much stuff coming out, you know?
Oh yeah. There's a lot. That's the thing. I think a couple of years ago, we were trying like, man, let's get everything because everything must, Now there's just so many. It's hard to figure where to start, or if you're already ongoing,
right?
Which ones to get and which ones not to get.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I'm not a completist because I don't feel the need to jump on too many things. I mean, unless it's someone I really, really like.
Yeah.
I
mean, when it was just like the classic series, the Tone Poets, and the acoustic sound series, I bought pretty much every one of those. But that was all that was really happening for the most part. Major FOMO in the VC. There is no doubt, Mark. Well, they're playing into like that Rhino thing. They're like, we're going to limit each one to 5,000 copies. I'm like, why? That's just stupid. Like,
nobody's selling out 5,000 anymore, right?
5,000 is a lot of records anyway, so it's not going to sell it quick, but it will eventually.
Yeah.
Just, I don't know. It seems stupid. And I also don't like that you can only buy them on their website for $40. Like, that's just too much money.
Yeah. Yeah, they always put some extra and everything.
Yeah, Regine, that is guaranteed to be good. Probably the Monks music on VMP. It'll be pressed at GZ, but
who cares? Yeah,
their stuff usually is pretty good.
Yeah, I never had any trouble with GZ.
I mean, I have like in the early 2000s, they put out a bunch of shitty records then, and like the Herbie box set is not like the best sounding thing ever. I mean, it's fine. It's good, but like the like Maiden Voyage, the classic series Maiden Voyage blows the one in the box set out of the water, I think.
The box is the box Ryan Smith?
I don't remember, but it was definitely pressed cheesy. I have no idea. There's some really cool records in there though. Like there's one called The River that I heard he did for Joni Mitchell. It's like dedicated to Joni Mitchell. There's another one called I think 1+ some Verve stuff from the 90s, I guess. One is called 1+1. It's just him and Wayne Shorter. So it's Herbie on piano and Shorter on like soprano sax. It's good. And then there's a couple of like live ones from Japan, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That are great.
Yeah, he has a lot of those.
So but I'm still very interested in seeing what Vinyl Me Please records look like whenever they're pressing them themselves.
Yeah,
it's going to be interesting to see.
What is the Pearl Jam coming? August, Chris? July?
Yeah, the Pearl Jam's the first record they're pressing there. It's a reissue of Yield, and it's coming out in August. So
cool. Pearl Jam's a good band.
Oh, they're a great band, man. I'm going to see them in September twice.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be here in Fort Worth for 2 shows, which is super weird. They're playing this little arena we just built in Fort Worth. It's called Dickey's Arena, and it's got like, I don't know, maybe 12,000 seats. So not like a full size like basketball arena or hockey arena. So they're doing 2 shows, and I saw Steely Dan there about 6 months ago. It's a cool little venue, man. I mean, it's big. It holds 12,000 people or whatever, but the only thing that sucks is there's literally nothing around it. Like when we go to Pearl Jam shows or any show, I like to go maybe a couple hours before the show, go get some food, start drinking, drink 3 or 4 margaritas, show up to the place shit-faced, enjoy the show, Uber home. But there's not a lot around it, which is kind of unfortunate. Which Bill Evans to get for the next OJC reissue release? If you want, well, the next one is only going to be one that comes out, so.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's Village Vanguard or no.
Just get whichever one comes out first, right?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Oh, I think it's just Waltz for Debbie and Sunday at the Village Vanguard, right?
Right.
Yeah, both of those. They're the same venue.
Yeah, you can't go wrong. I like Waltz for Debbie more, I think.
Yeah, I go back and forth. They're both really good.
They are both really good.
They're 2 of the best live jazz albums recorded.
Yeah, for sure.
And they're not overrated.
Yeah, Joe.
They're super famous, but they're not overrated.
No. A great band, though.
I mean, 2 years ago, I'd never heard of them, so.
Yeah, I never come across any Bill Evans albums out in the wild yet, anyway.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, there's not too many that you kind of see all the time.
Mm-hmm. Especially like in thrift stores and stuff. Do you go to many record stores at all, Dave?
I don't live near any.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the 1990s, I used to get to some used record stores down in Denver, Colorado. I don't get to. Last time I was in Casper, Wyoming. Went to this antique flea market. Hey, can I show you 4 more albums?
Sure.
Just for the hell of it.
Yeah.
Oh, here's that record Felipe was talking about.
Let's see it. Oh, cool. So the Brazilian record?
Yeah, Taboo. This is Tabua de Esmeralda. And that's the. Sorry, I gotta put it right there.
Yeah,
and this is one of his classics. It's really good.
Yeah, I mean this record goes like close to $1,000, I think.
Oh wow!
What?
An OG is getting if you get a mint OG brand, though, they're going really expensive now.
Oh really? I don't know what this one is.
Dave Pell Octet on RCA.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, I've got one of his records actually. I got a really beat up copy, but yeah, that's interesting. One of his old RCA covers.
Another Shelley man or Andrew Previn.
Oh, that's good. I have that one. Is that on Contemporary, right?
That's not Contemporary.
Yeah, I have that
one. I thought you didn't like the.
It's a stereo version of Contemporary.
Yeah, those are the awesome ones.
Yeah, for sure. I like them, Brandon. I just don't want to pay $30 for them.
Right. Well, that's a $5 record.
Yeah, exactly. Stacy plays.
I just saw that record. I just saw that out.
What's on roulette? That's cool. What is the? Let's see the label on that one because they have all kinds of weird labels.
Oh, you seen this one before?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's that one. There's one that kind of looks like a checkerboard. You see a lot. Their roulette records are kind of hit and miss, man. Some of them sound like crap. Some of them sound good.
Yeah, that's definitely.
And
I got some crappy sounding ones.
Buddy Rich sings.
Buddy Rich sings.
Yep.
Is it good or bad? Can he sing?
He has pretty good.
Get off my lawn.
Yeah, no,
he has pretty good voice.
Yeah. All right. That's hilarious.
I got those from Casper, Wyoming, at antique flea market type thing.
That's cool.
There were
I mean, it's hard to find like crazy jazz records out in the wild now. I don't know. People are just. I mean, so many people know that records are worth money.
Yeah.
I mean, you can find them like Rob finds them in stores and stuff, but especially around here and probably where you're at too in Wyoming, Dave. I don't know how many of those records really were bought around here. Like the Blue Notes and the Prestige, just all the kind of shit that we collect. I don't see much of it like that. It's all Capitol, Mercury stuff, and some of it's good, and some of it's not.
Yeah, I find a lot of the major label jazz albums on Columbia and RCA Victor.
Yeah,
Mercury, those jazz type.
Yeah. Well, those were the records that we got. I mean, you find them because people were able to buy them back in the day, like Columbia in the 50s, and they were selling a ton of records across the country. They had the wide distribution, right? And Capitol too.
Well, when did the Record of the Month Club start? With Columbia?
I have no idea. I don't know.
I think it started in the late 50s.
Maybe so. I mean, the other part of it is like they were selling those records to white people, right? Oh, yeah. Where a lot of the jazz labels were really trying to sell records to black folks at the time, so, or they just had really smaller distribution. Like I would be surprised if those OG like 50s Blue Notes, if any of them ever were sold brand new in Texas.
Oh, no.
I mean, maybe some, but like not a lot.
Yeah. Signed line, they're kind of blue, right?
Sure, the 60s, sure. Yeah, for sure. I mean, and I've also heard, I think Joe Harley talked about this maybe on our show or somewhere else, where they didn't press a shit ton of copies of some of those OGs.
No, they couldn't afford to have leftovers, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I also kind of wonder if like living on the West Coast, if I see a lot more, Pacific and contemporaries than people see on the East Coast. I mean, I'm sure there's more. I just wonder if it's significant.
Probably. I mean,
I think contemporary not so hard to see here, but Pacific jazz for sure.
I think those labels had pretty decent, especially contemporary, had pretty decent distribution numbers too, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. True.
But then you see like some of the stuff you showed, Dave. I can find some of that stuff a lot, like the old RCA 50 stuff and Capitol and all that stuff. And some, like I said, some of it's great, some of it's whatever. But around here too, I found so much just worthless shit, like old hymn records, gospel shit. Not cool gospel shit. They're just
not cool.
Awkward looking white families on covers singing hymns, and then like I don't know, Anne Murray records.
I think anytime you go to the Goodwill, you're going to find Anne Murray and Lawrence Welk and and Wayne Newton, and you'll just find a ton of them. They're at every Goodwill.
Yes,
I have a lot of. Sorry.
Go ahead, Dave. What were you going to say,
Brandon? It's easy to find. I have a lot of Verve records. Those are pretty easy to find.
That's true. Yeah, Verve's are all over the place. That's true.
Yeah. Verve has some good,
especially the vocal Verves.
Mm-hmm.
You get a lot of that. Because so much of that stuff sold, it was pop music.
I mean, did Verve put out more records than all the other labels? Maybe not like Columbia and stuff. Verve put out like what, 500-600 records.
They did seem to put out a lot, I guess.
I don't know the numbers like compared to Columbia, but they put out a ton of shit, man.
Yeah, they did.
Ton. Not all that good. Oh my god, I've got a Kai Winding record, I think from the early 60s on Verve. It's just awful.
Yeah.
It's like him with this like choir voices in the background. It's so bad, dude. I fucking hate that record.
I have 3 Kai. How you pronounce his first name? Kai?
Yeah, Kai, yeah.
I have 3 Kai Winding records, 2 on Verve and one on Columbia.
Yeah, I mean, I like some of his stuff. I think his best shit was when it was him and JJ, though. Maybe that's just because JJ was there, but
I got one of JJ Johnson's and Kai on Columbia too.
Yeah.
They're good.
Yeah, they're good.
He's got that one on Impulse that's pretty good.
I like to find
It's like
yeah,
where it's with Kai plus 2 plus 3 plus 1, something like that.
Somewhere here. That's a good one. I kind of wanted to get some more impulses, but I don't have that many. Really. I don't know where it's at. I don't know. I sold it. I've got this one. This is the first one they released on Impulse. I believe this is the first Impulse record that was ever put out.
Oh, the Kai and JJ.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's a good one. Bill Evans, Paul Chambers, Tony Williams, Roy Haynes, Art Taylor. Yeah, this is some weird, I don't know.
Why is it weird?
Oh, no, this version. It's like some 80s or 90s press, I think.
That's different. Yeah, Impulse.
Yeah, different, yeah. But anyway.
I have 1 Ray Charles on Impulse, 1 Johnny Hartman on Impulse.
So do you have the Genius plus Soul Ray Charles on Impulse? That's one you have?
That must be the one I.
Yeah, that record's freaking awesome.
Has one
Is this one you were talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm thinking of a Shelly Man on Impulse that's like the plus one. But that's the one that's good. That's the one.
It was good. It was good.
That's the only Kai. I think that's the only Kai Winding record I have.
Well, it's weird because that JJ one was A1 and this one's A3, so he was on 2 of the first 3 records they put out. Apparently,
I guess they were going trombone.
I guess so. Throwing down the bone. Here's a weird one. This is the last one I'm going to show. I promise. Last Impulse. This is so weird. So this is an Impulse, but the cover is blue and black.
Yeah, I've seen that one a bunch of times. Isn't it a vocal?
Yeah, it's a folk record. It's not jazz at all.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and I bought it.
I heard the name, Oscar. Comedian or folk
brand. Yeah, it's
maybe the blue that means folk.
I guess so, but that's the only one I've ever seen. So, yeah. Anyway,
I see that every once in a while. I'll see that pop up.
You can leave it when you see it. It's fine.
Don't recommend
it. it's you don't really need that one in your collection probably unless you're just really into folk. Cool. Well, we've gone 4 hours.
I'm getting ready to go.
Me too. I think so.
Hey Felipe, you gonna show your record?
Yeah. Well, I can show you better perhaps next week or if you do a stream. Okay. So I had a couple good records, and then I got Birdsword, kind of Blue Train originals. It's like, okay, I'm good. But then you reach a certain tier. The records are maybe not so important or crazy or popular, but they're rare, and especially in this condition. I thank you, Brandon, for that.
Yeah.
It's right here.
We can't see you. Oh, there you go.
No, we can't. John Jenkins, cool.
Is that you said that's an OG?
Yes.
OG.
Don't you have the MMJ of that too?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's getting the MMJs and the OGs.
Yeah, that's wild.
That's the goal.
It looks like it's made in Minecraft. It's so pixelated.
And that's so. These are hard to find. They didn't press many different pressings, right, Brandon?
They only did that one and the 71.
Mm.
That's it. And then MMJ.
And then Music Matters, yeah. This is sweet. Great record. It's in pristine shape. Plays amazing, just like those old 1500 monos.
I'd like to hear how it sounds on a tube amp.
Man, those 1500 monos. I mean,
they punch.
Oh, yeah. I was even able to clean up see how clean it is.
I probably should have done some.
Did you bust out the Magic Eraser?
Great cover.
The Magic Eraser is a magic. That looks good.
New Burrow, Sonny Clark, Paul Chambers.
Damn, that's a great lineup.
Yeah, this is a classic, and I think that the Music Matters is too cheap. One of the very few cheap records left there. Don't sleep on this one. It's really good.
Music Matters they just have the 45 though, right?
Yeah. That's what I have.
Nice. All right. Well, he's met a lot of Japanese buyers. Let's see this comment. Magazine Roof said there's been a lot of Japanese buyers who come here to buy rare blue notes and it's yes. They've been doing that since like the 80s and 90s, I've heard.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I don't
People
see
just dumping them, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess that still happens a little bit.
Yeah.
Not like you're gonna find OG blue notes in record stores that much anyway, man. I mean,
yeah. I mean,
yeah.
when I see Japanese guys coming in there buying the 70s fusion and stuff like,
yeah,
because the OG stuff it's not very much left of it.
No.
So
I mean, most of the best pressings and most rarest pressings of Brazilian music, it's done in Japan for sure.
Well, do you remember the Alan Songer?
Yes.
From the group. I mean, he's the one. He started buying all the blue notes in the early 90s when you could get any OG for maybe the real pricey ones were $200, and most of them were like 50 to 100.
Yeah,
and that's like that's how much Soul Station or True Blue or whatever those you could get those for $100. And now they're, I don't know, sometimes people pay $6,000 for that record.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like how bad now. It's just how bad do you want it when you watch those auctions?
Yes.
If there's someone who starts and they bid 3,000, and if they have enough, they'll probably just go to 6,000.
Yeah. I think was it like last week on Discogs they put like, every month the most expensive record sold, blah blah. They sold a copy of Turkish Women in the Bath last week or a couple of weeks ago.
For what?
He went for, I think it was like almost like a Utah Hip record.
Well, like $3,000 or something.
Next to that, yes.
Jeez, I'd sell mine for that.
Right.
There are far more OGs. Mark said there's far more OG blue notes in Japan than the U.S.
Oh yeah,
they're gone years ago. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, you got anything else, Felipe, or are you good to go?
No, I'm good for today, Chris.
All right, man. Me too.
All right, you guys.
Thanks for joining us, everybody. Thanks for joining us, Dave and Mike.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, Brandon. Thank you.